And in that group, we have Gaba Lucky and Tim Prislin. They are talking about the School of Computing and Information Science, Department of Computer Science. The timekeepers are all over here. You have 5 minutes. Please go on.
Thank you, Mr. IMC. My name is Tim Prislin, presenting to you a disease surveillance system. World where, okay, thank you. Imagine a world where the wealth of health information is harnessed early and then transformed into actionable insights for decision making. I'm here to introduce to you a disease surveillance system that can help detect and monitor diseases at an early stage. We faced the challenge of the COVID outbreak during the 2019-2020 season. You find that we had contacts of diseases, but we didn't know which region had the highest infections of COVID contacts. You get? So, in Uganda, significant challenges persist in the underutilization of health data collected by hospital, medical laboratories, and smaller health centers. With this, instead of health officials making informed decision making, they make assumptions instead of making evidence-based decisions. So, with the disease surveillance system, valuable health data that will be collected by the hospitals and the health centers will be used to informed evidence-based decisions. With this, the gap that is between the gap whereby the decisions that were made via assumptions with the disease surveillance system, they will be curbed early, and this will help to detect and monitor the diseases early. With that, allow me to invite my co-speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, many health facilities across the country routinely collect data, but this data remains unused. So here we come up with the idea of coming up with a disease surveillance electronic system that will help us collect this data, analyze, and to be connected across the whole country. However, due to limited resources and inadequate infrastructure and a lack of standardized data collection and reporting systems, this variable data remains unused. So that's why we have come up with this idea of developing a disease surveillance electronic system so that we interconnect all the hospitals across the whole country. The proposed solution is to address this challenge. As I've said, we came up with a robust disease surveillance electronic system, and this would effectively collect, integrate, and interpret the vast amount of health data generated by various healthcare. And the main goal is to design this system. What are the contributions to this? The mighty Kyambogo University takes a pride in being at the forefront of this innovation. And also this innovation contributes to the third Global Sustainable Development Goal, which is health and well-being, better, more, and accessible health systems to increase life expectancy. The sources of data are hospitals, clinics, and medical laboratories. What we are trying to aim at here is that the Ministry of Health can have this data right from the law clinic, in that the health centers collect data and they keep in their systems, referral hospitals collect data and keep in their systems, and at the end of the day you find that integrating that data so that it can be accessed by the Ministry of Health is a bit complicated or hard. So what we are coming up with is that even the information that can be collected right from Kabale district, the Ministry of Health can be aware. And it knows that this disease has come up in a certain region, in a certain area, in any district across the country. The significance of this system is to have early detection and response, evidence-based decision-making, not just taking assumptions, and improved planning, program and resource allocation, enhanced public health outcomes, and basically, with the implementation of this comprehensive electronic system, it will help us to early detect and prevent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person, where are you? When the person walks off, just join in immediately. After Linda Daniel, we shall be going to the third person, and that is, where? Okay, Brian. Brian, where are you? Brian Maina, where are you? Okay. The time starts now. Let me just say, Linda Daniel, your time has not started, yeah? It will start when I'm done. Linda Daniel is talking about endlessly self-sustainable power sources. He's also from the Faculty of Engineering, Department of Mechanical and Production Engineering. So his title is Endlessly Self-Sustainable Power Sources. It starts now.
Well, protocol observed. This is Linda Daniel, and I'm going to talk about the endless clean power source, the endless self-sustainable clean power source. First, when we say clean, we mean it has no emissions, emission-free. Second, endless, it can run without getting done. Self-sustainable, it can run itself. You don't need any input except the starting torque, which is provided manually by a mere pull. And we're also terming this the battle against data fuels. The diesels and the petroleums are coming to one end. The fall of internal combustion engines, the pride of electricity is rising, and electric cars are coming onto flow. Number one, we realize that, imagine 80% of the emissions are from fossil fuel combustion and industrial processes. And as we live, we realize that our grandchildren may not be able to enjoy the world. Who knows? They may have extincted. And this is something we cannot allow. And as we have a vision, we'll be like, well, can we have a community that's developed sustainably, yet free from all that fuel emissions? Well, we can. How? Can we manipulate the existing already dirty sources of fuel so that we get clean, sustainable power sources through science demystifying innovations? Yes, we can. How are we doing that? As I was talking about the problem, we realize we cannot do without fuel. We recognize the role played by fuel, but we also see the inconsistency in power. But our community must run with power. And so we see the prices skyrocketing together with the emissions of the dirty fuels. We run to the batteries, but we realize they cannot sustain us so much. We realize they require charging, and in the long run, there will be a lot of disposition that will pose a big problem to the environment. Still, our future generations may not survive. And what are we saying? We are saying now, let's modify. So what is the so-called clean, sustainable power source? Did you know that a generator can run without fuel? It can run without diesel or petroleum? Yes, it can. What if we tried it? We would use a motor to run it. It generates electricity. That very electricity will run a motor, and the motor will drive our generator. Wow, we have it sustainable. The power from the generator is already running an induction motor, which is again running the generator. No need for fuel. How is the torque initiated? A mere pull of a wire. This was a setup that I made after borrowing a generator, after hassles of conviction. I had to convince someone to lend me a generator. And then I had to get an induction motor and set this out. And trust me, very soon we shall have it running. A better one running that's very portable and you could carry anywhere. So why this power source? It's emission-free, hence very environmental friendly. We are sure our children will survive. Existing equipment can be easily modified. You have a generator that's not working, failed in scrap, that's the most thing that we want. To recycle it the innovative way and save our future. All parts are purely recyclable. Nothing worries about you. There's difficulty when it comes to recycling a battery. But we are saying no. This generator is made out of steel and some copper, iron. All these can be refined very fast. It does not require recharging. No need for recharging. It just runs on its own. It's multi-purpose. Do you want to use that home? Is it an industry, a factory, a school? Come on. It's very useful. More suitable for electric automotives. We realize the biggest problem of the electric cars are batteries. And while Kira is trying to run for electric vehicles, we realize they are limited by the charge and the time a charge runs. But we are saying we cannot be limited. This is endless. It can run forever and hence most suitable for electric cars. Less or no maintenance costs. The moment it starts running, you are set to go. There's nothing more you need. It's cheap and cost effective. You don't have to pay for bills every day like electricity. We can run away from charcoal. We can run away from firewood. We can leave coal and use this to cook. It can run cookers and everything. And we are saying, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The struggle continues. I remain Daniel Linda.
Thank you very much. Our next short talk presenter is Brian. Where are you? Maena Brian. And after that, we shall be going to Muhindo Cosmos. And I'm looking for the next one. You should register with me now because I have a better list now. Whoever is around, I fix you up. I was looking for Pio Valentine. He's still looking for his Valentine. He hasn't discovered her. Hey, you have been here for long. Maena Brian is fostering collaboration between students, alumni, staff, industry experts for enhanced career guidance. Is from the School of Computing and Information Science, Department of Computer Science, and your time starts now. Muindo, please be on the ready.
Okay, thank you very much for this great opportunity. As he said, I'm Maena Brian from the School of Computing and Information Science. So basically, my project is focused on collaborating the students, the university staff, the alumni, and the industry experts, where we look forward to get employed. So I'm introducing an e-forum and an AI-friendly based career coach. So what we are aiming at is connecting the students because they are the most beneficiaries, though we shall look at how the university benefits as well. So some of the current challenges that are being faced, we have limited access to meaningful discussions. Okay, we are studying, of course, the aim is to get employed, but most times you find that our focus is not, we're not so much looking at where, the job requirements, the skill sets that are required. One of our professors in the pre-conference proved the research that when the skills that we have at campus are subjected to the job demands, there is a mismatch. They don't actually coincide. And there was a problem because we are not paying attention to this, but we are basically focusing on, passing. And it's a big problem. And then there's a lack of career guidance. Fine, we are having bodies that assist us in career guidance, but most of the time they are not active. I think I've, never heard that there is a career guidance program going on, though they are available, but I think there is limited access. Less more people are less informed about their existence. So it's a problem. You find that you may end up finishing up campus, you've not yet actually known what you're supposed to focus on, and it's a big problem. Then this is the impacts. We have decreased the motivation from the students because you're like studying aimlessly. There's low employability. Why? You have no experience. You don't really have a clue of, which kind of job you're supposed to apply to. So that's why we came up with this e-forum, to create an engagement whereby industrial experts and students can come together and then share the knowledge and the insights in a meaningful way. So basically, an e-forum is a dynamic online platform that brings together students, faculty, alumni, and industry experts in meaningful discussions to share ideas and collaborate on various topics of interests. Mainly, we are focusing on, careers, to understand basically what are you supposed to do in the field there. You cannot perform up to the required standards of the job if you're not informed what is required, or interacting with the employer who is supposed to employ you. So it's a problem. And then what it does is it serves as a virtual hub where individuals can connect, exchange knowledge, and foster a sense of community regardless of their physical location. The e-forum provides a space for open dialogue, networking opportunities, and exploration of diverse perspectives. So there are so many opportunities whenever there is collaboration. Why? The university can also create partnerships for internship places for the students to get more engaged with the industry experts. It also enables participants to access a wealth of information, seek advice, and contribute to the relevant discussions, creating an inclusive and vibrant digital environment. That's a showcase of the platform, because it's already working and implemented, just ready to use. You just need to create an account, and then you can, find your career choice or career path mentor topic, and then you can follow up with the industry experts that are engaged. So with its interactive features, user-friendly interface, the e-forum empowers individuals to actively participate. It is in real time. To learn, grow, making it an indispensable tool for academic and professional development in today's digital age. So I'm now introducing a friendly AI career coach as part of the e-forum platform. So what this one does, it is basically tailored to personal guidance. Okay, please. Okay, an AI career coach is like having a very own personal career guide powered by artificial intelligence. It's a cutting-edge technology that uses advanced algorithms and machine learning to provide tailored guidance to individuals that are seeking support. This is basically about careers, what you're supposed to do, and how to do it. Imagine having a virtual assistant that can help you explore the different career paths, identify your strengths, interests, provide valuable insights and recommendations on job opportunities and professional development. The AI career coach can assist you in setting goals, refining your resume, preparing for interviews, and even tips for improving your skills. So I would like to invite us to join this community platforms, because they're already working, so that we can engage and connect more. So basically, I don't know how much time I have, but I wanted to look at the benefits as far as the university strategy plan. Okay, I'm requested to stop here, but we have, maybe you can come to our exhibition tent so we can share more.
Thank you so very much. Where is the next guy without slides? Okay, so after that, we shall have the next two people talking to us from Caltech Academy. They've traveled all the way since Monday. They have not had their game. The next one after this will be Caltech. And Cosmas is going to talk about remedy of wastewater using algae something.
Okay,
it's from the Faculty of Science, Department of Biological Science.
Yes.
The time starts now.
Protocol observed. I'm Wendell Cosmas. My theme is bioremediation of wastewater using algae. Have you ever wondered, wherever you are always at home, your parents are fetching water, they have always found jerry cans when they are turning green? That one is an indicator that at the lowest concentration, algae is able to detect and grow. Now, I've brought this. We are trying to improve the quality of the wastewater using algae. Now it has rained. When you get out, when you come back tomorrow, you'll find that ground when it has turned green on that concrete surface. This one indicates that even the rain is polluted and has some pollutants. Now, if this algae is able to grow, even just on the rain that has rained on the ground, let us use it now to purify our water. Now, globally, there is increasing growth of algae threatening the aquatic system. Here, at least when you, now this one is a specific, this is a specific species of algae we are trying to grow, which is the chlorella. But at our simplest level, when you go to the wetlands, you have already seen water turning green also. And when again you go to Lake Victoria, people like showering into the beaches, you will see that again also, the whole of Lake Victoria is turning green. Now the solution is here. During the primary and secondary treatment of wastewater, our national waters, when we go to maybe like Bugolobi, they are using chemicals to purify the water. And in the use of the chemicals to purify the water, they are trying to precipitate out this eutrophication, the elements which are responsible for the growth, which are responsible for polluting the water. Now, here what we are saying is, let us grow algae. Using photobioreactors, we can have open ponds. Live example, when you go to Luigi, you will find they have at least created some facultative ponds. Now here, me, I'm basing at looking at a specific algae, which is the chlorella. I compare it with our local algae we always interact with. These filamentous ones we always find, which is the spirogyra. Then later, we introduce it onto the wastewater. After introducing it onto the wastewater, this algae is going to get satisfied. On getting satisfied by absorbing the nutrients from the wastewater, it is going to absorb all of these nutrients. After absorbing all of these nutrients, it is going to increase in the biomass energy. When you eat, you get energy. Also, the algae, when it eats, it will get energy. On increasing in the biomass, we can now harvest this algae off from our wastewater. On harvesting it off, then we can use it for biofuel production. This is maybe methane gases. We can use it for the production of electricity. We can also use it for making medicine for livestock animals. Then now, the other part we remained with, which is the wastewater. We can now forward it for the secondary treatment, where now we are going to have the nutrient removal. After, we can now forward this water for other tertiary treatments, and then we have our Renzori water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cosmas. Now we go to Baingana Joseph from Caltech Academy. And soon after that, we shall go to another presentation from Caltech. I think they're trying to organize their slides to be in our system, but I think for Baingana it is on the ready. So he's going to talk about NXT chat. Don't joke with this .com fellows. NXT chat. No idea what that means. Please go home. 5 minutes. This time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, as you have heard, my name is Bingana Joseph, and I'm not actually presenting NXT. I'm presenting NextChat. So this is an online, actually it's an app, an online learning app. We made this to help students all over Uganda to help communicate and interact. Why did we decide to do this? You might be asking yourself, we have other online apps like Zoom, Google Meet. What makes ours different? The only thing different with ours is one. You don't need a code to help you to join a meeting or something like that. All you have to do is create your own account. It can be student, it can be whatever you want, but this helps you. The moment you get an account, you can just search. Let me say I'm from the village, but I want to learn with a person from Budo King's College. All I have to do is create my account, search for the school, King's College Budo. Can access to any class. I'm a chemistry student in HSC. I just joined the HSC class. And this also helps, I think it also helps the community. Because having to cut down forests to schools and other learning institutions, this doesn't only apply to students, you can also use it for university scholars. It can also work for people like our elders who just feel like they want to get more education. You can also use this. And how does it help the environment? We are cutting down forests, trying to get land to make or to build these schools. And what are we losing by doing this? This is leading to global warming. You're cutting down the only thing which can help us gain oxygen, but you're putting it down to build a school. What is the use of that? Some students might not even be able to access the school because of your high fees. This is going to help. Instead of cutting down the trees, you can help the ecosystem to live, conserve the forests. You don't even have to walk long miles. Just download the app, or you can even access it on your laptop. It can also work as a website application. Just log into the app, save yourself money, transport, also save forests. Log in, start learning. We also made this to, I think, to help the country, its education system. Actually, can I move over? This is the ground. Okay, I'm not feeling comfortable here actually. Why did we do this? The thing is one. We have faced a number of challenges. You're hearing expired courses, right? You're hearing things like the teachers are not good enough. But with this, we can actually help that. We can update the curriculums. We can update the courses. You're learning. Imagine you're a university scholar. You have taken 5 to 7 years. At the end, they have told you your course is expired. What does that help? You can learn online with an updated course. Or before even taking the course, you first see how is it valid? Is it about to expire? If it is, you choose another. It's up to you. Imagine a free world where you don't even have to worry about the quality of the teacher. You don't even think of complaining, I'm not understanding the teacher. This gives you that freedom by you go to a class, you feel like you're not understanding the teacher. You rate. According to your rating, we know the quality of the teacher. And you might be asking, what if personally the teacher is hated by every student? We also solve that. We are actually working with a team to help to oversee the details of the teacher, to help the teacher know if he or she is qualified. If you're not qualified and your qualifications don't even help you, you won't be accepted into the platform. The system will be monitoring the teachers, the students, and you might be wondering, Zoom does, okay, I don't even know if Zoom does the same, but you might be wondering, what if I'm on the platform, I've gotten the platform for my student or for my child, how am I sure that the child will be learning and doesn't do other businesses? Like just logging into and doing other business like WhatsApp. We have ensured this actually. This app, once you log into the app, it is connected to us. So the system also monitors what you do. If the moment you log out, you lose the lesson. And that means you're losing out yourself. So it will actually mean that this will depend on how do you want education. And I think none of us here doesn't want education. Right now, the world is going to a place whereby without education, you can't do anything. You need education to get jobs. You've been hearing people, I got rich without education. But what made him rich? The ideas he made, he also had some bit of education. He may have got motivated. He may have gotten help from others who are educated. And even though he's the head of a company, yes, but the people who help him manage that company have education, the accountants. You can't be an accountant without education, right? Need the qualifications. You can't go to a person's company without anything, be it a diploma. Some people don't just want diplomas. They want degrees. They want PhDs. All right. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caltech Academy, they're still looking for their slides to connect. Are you ready now? Yeah? Just walk straight there. We have got some very wonderful young ladies who want to show us something very unique, largely. So after that, then we shall be doing another two, and we want to break off after that for some tea break. Then we get back and continue. We are yet to have our very serious discussions after the short talk. So those young ladies from Caltech, they go by their names of Sylvia Given James. Their title is Smoke Purifier. They want to purify smoke from a kitchen. Caltech Academy, Makerere. The time is now 5 minutes. Go for it.
Thank you so much. Reserved. My name is Sylvia Given James, and my colleague,
Agwande Manhill.
We are from Caltech Academy, Makerere, as mentioned on earlier. We are in senior 2. The emission of gases from industries, homesteads, has adversely led to the pollution of air for the surrounding people and the people in the homesteads, hence leading to global warming by carbon dioxide and the damage of the respiratory system of the people in the surrounding areas due to soot. So we decided to come up with a machine that can purify the smoke in the atmosphere. Thank you. We decided to come up with a machine that can help to purify the air in the atmosphere. In senior 1, we learned the use of materials in the environment, and we also learned a topic called the separation of mixtures. So we decided to base on those two topics to come up with this machine. So before I go on, I first want to demonstrate, because an African wise man once said that if you come up with a machine and you take 5 minutes explaining it, you've done nothing. So I want my machine to talk on my behalf. Thank you. So we are going to demonstrate how the machine works. As you can see, the materials here are available materials. Why throw away reusable materials when you can make a use of it by coming up with a useful machine? Take an example of this toilet paper hard roll. You buy your toilet paper, you use it, and you dump this. You drink your water like that we drank yesterday, and you throw this. Why can't we use it and we come up with a useful machine? Once someone asked that, if you were given 8 hours to save the world, what will you do? And similarly, that's why we're here today. We are given 8 hours. We assume we are given 8 hours. So we take the 1 hour to collect materials, 1 hour for research, and the other hours for coming up with this machine. So I call upon one of the gentlemen over here to come and see what is taking place and to witness it and testify. So I call upon you, gentlemen, anyone among you. Anyone among you.
Okay, I was going to choose for you, but he has volunteered.
It's okay, we can have 2.
Walk through.
Because 2 eyes are better than, 4 eyes are better than 2. What is that switch? This is our switch. And this is our switch here, and this is the inlet of the smoke. So as you are seeing, this smoke is going to the atmosphere. But if I complete the circuit, this smoke will go inside the machine. Gentlemen, would you mind holding this? Like this. So if all of you are seeing the smoke is going out, but if I turn on this, first wait. You know, sometimes machines can be so complicated.
Oh, that's great. You have some 2 extra minutes to do that. No problem.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hold it. Now let him put. You put. Yeah. You are seeing the smoke is being absorbed inside, right? But if I remove this, you are seeing the smoke is going outside. But all of you have talked about all other things, clean energy and so on. But I assure you, we cannot save the world when we are not healthy. So I call upon all of you to come up and we innovate this machine using available materials and we save the world. We've actually going for several competitions, as you can see, work together and solve the SDGs. So we are solving SDG number 13, that is climate action, and the other one, which is good health and well-being. So thank you so much.
Another one is life on land and industrialization and infrastructure management. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
The smoke purifier, use it, live longer.
I'm telling you, if I worked for Bank of Uganda, by now you'd be studying in the United Arab Emirates inside the water. But this is excellent. I'm not bribing anybody. The adjudicators are everywhere in the room, but I'm not bribing anybody. Kato Peter, where are you? After Kato Peter, we shall go for Pio. He got his Valentine. So he's around now with the Valentine. So Kato Peter is on fuel, mercury, gas production from thermoplastics to reduce plastic pollution and high cost of petroleum. So he didn't tell us where he's coming from, but we, after all we need is your title. So 5 minutes. The mic should be there if you need it. Right over there. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. This is, as they had mentioned before earlier. So, Countech, indeed, you are indeed great. So here basically is Kato Peter, and I'm creating Kato Petro. That is my new brand. What am I doing? I'm using plastics to come up with many products. One, I have petrol, I have paraffin, I have mercury, I have sulfur, and so I come again. I just get my plastic. What am I calling the plastics? Not every type of plastic can melt down. So the low density plastic is what I'm using here. What is low density plastic? My judges, I'm sorry to use your table, but I'm using those bottles. That's what I'm using. I'm using anything as long as it's plastic, but you heat it and can melt. I use it. So what did I do? I get the plastic, put it in the boiler. I did it 10 times. Surprisingly, since it's an innovation, the first 2 times it never came out. That's the fact. The second time, oh my God, the thing came out. The remaining times, because I did it 10 times, now I was working on the investors. Because now the product, to me, it was no longer a miracle. But I was working on the product. So what I was doing here, I got the plastic, melted it down, and I condensed all the gases. I don't lose anything. So when I condense it, when I condense all the gases, what happened? Get a crude oil, which has the liquid part of it and the oil part of it. Now the oil here, I call it a biodiesel. The biodiesel contains main components. One, it contains mercury. A kilo of mercury is twice the price of a kilo of gold. Mercury is used to purify gold. I created mercury in the lab. Wonderful. Another thing, I One, I made sulfur. Sulfur is used for a lot of things. It's used to make gunpowder, it's used to make nuclear weapons, it's used for packaging of drugs, it's used even for purification of other components. One. So when I condensed that gas, I got a crude oil. That crude oil, when I got it, I took it for decanting. Decanting is separating just immiscible liquids, oil and water. So oil will set on top, the liquid. So I take that water. When I take that water, which is down, I get mercury and sulfur. For more information, you come at the table because I have a few minutes. So when I got the crude oil on top, because I couldn't carry all the apparatus here for the safety of all the viewers. So I got the crude oil, I took it for fractional distillation. Fractional distillation, I'm separating substances that cannot easily be separated. For example, when you pour water in a milk, you can't separate that solution. Unless either you give it to the dogs or it away. That's the only way. But me, I separate it. When I heat that sample, I evaporate off the water, I remain with the milk, I solidify it, I give you a powder. So what did I do? I got that substance, which is the diesel component. Then I had to separate it into different components. That is petrol, paraffin, natural gas, 99% ethanol. The amazing thing is 99% ethanol. What you have in the labs, sorry to criticize, but that is the thing. What you have in the lab, it's not 99. Only 99%, for your imagination, is only found, sorry to say I'm not marketing them, but it's only found in two companies. That is Nile Breweries and Kakla Sugar Works. Because those people make high standard quality products. So what you have in the lab, it's 95, 96, I'm assuring you. Because, you know, we like market. So everyone is trying to make products. So here, I created for you 99%. The amazing thing is, this is the 99% I formed. From morning, I've been filling up this thing. It keeps on evaporating. It's not toxic to the environment, but it can be used. Actually, to have this 20-liter jerry can, you sell a full wish of 25 millions to get it. So I can get it for you. Or else I can just go for 2 kgs of mercury. There are 2 kgs of gold is equivalent to 1 kg of mercury. I still get my money. Besides that, I can sell you my petrol, which I formed, and I did all the lab tests. Those were there, because I did this thing 10 times, they had the beauty. This thing was in the same ranges. I did the chemical, the physical, the density, and the viscosity. I don't have time to go into those parameters. For more information, come to the desk. But I can sell you 3K. The amazing thing is, of all the parameters, it was within range, but there's one which surprised me. When I burnt the petrol of the petrol station, do you know what happened? It gave off a fume because it comes from diesel or crude oil. Mine, when I burnt it, oh my God, it gave me a less fume. And I was so mesmerized, seriously. Oh my God. Then I went on. Mine, I can sell it at 3K. When the investor's gotten his share, I've gotten my share, I've paid off workers, I've used also they paid off the raw materials. I live a good life. Investors, come and join me. Then I went on, because now when I go for fractional distillation, I would like judges kindly add me 2 minutes. I'm just kindly asking.
The judge, those are not the judges. It's just a timekeeper. So
I am sorry.
I am the chief timekeeper, so you don't have an extra second. Thank you very much.
No, I've not yet.
We shall see you as if 5 minutes gone. No. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, in conclusion.
The judges are not seated anywhere there. They are everywhere the other side. They don't give you extra minutes. So we are going on to the next person. Please, I want the next person. Can I get the next person here?
They said,
and this next person, please stop. Can you please stop following me? No, please stop following me. I want the next person. Can you please walk out?
They said explain where.
Can you please walk out? No problem. Please walk out. Okay, your time is gone. Please allow me do my work. Don't come looking for me. I am not going to allow you any 1 second. So this person is coming is Opio Valentine and Company. After that, we shall listen to another young lot of people from Caltech. This time they are boys. I see a boy. The next one is a girl? Okay. That's a good one, because the other ones gave us stuff. So Opio Valentine and group is going to talk about wine making. I hope he's... I see him with wine. I hope he's okay. So please, the two of them come from the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, Faculty of Science. 5 minutes, please. The time starts now.
Thank you
I
very
am
much.
very independent, no bribery. The time starts now. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. The first time I tasted hibiscus was with my mom in the village. My mom stays in the village. I stay in town with my dad. So that morning when she comes to me, she gives me a cup filled with a very red liquid. So I looked at it and looked at her. But knowing an African mom, I couldn't ask questions. You know these moms, one look was like, take it, don't ask any question. So that is how I tasted hibiscus tea. But being used to my black tea, the first time I tasted hibiscus, it was unique in taste. So I didn't ask my mom about the uniqueness. I left her to talk. So she asked me, how is it? That's when I began talking. And I'm like, hey, it's nice. I didn't ask more questions. She continued, hey, it can help you here, it can help you here, it can help you here. So as she was talking, I kept looking at her. How does a woman who does not know how to apply makeup know the benefits of hibiscus? That was the first question I asked myself. So I kept interacting with her, and I asked her how she got her hibiscus. And that's when she introduced me to Musée Oturain. Musée Oturain is a farmer of hibiscus, a retired teacher. He grows hibiscus. So I spoke to Musée Oturain and asked him why he grows hibiscus. He told me, may I grow hibiscus to drink it? I want to die when I'm not young, when I'm still old. He's old, but he wants to grow older. So I asked Mr. Oturain, how can you add value to this wine? Do you know that we can make wine, we can make juice from this hibiscus? He told me, my friend, my days of working are done. I don't want to break my back. To him, making wine was something complex. Now, that is where Opio came in from. How do you make wine from hibiscus? The truth is, hibiscus as a flower is tricky. It has very many benefits. We have blood pressure and all of that. For the ladies and a few of the gentlemen, we also have weight loss. You can take hibiscus and it will help you in weight loss. So that is how I came up with the idea of how to make wine from hibiscus. For your information, wine can be made from any fruit, anything. But I zeroed down on hibiscus, and basically the process begins with the dried hibiscus. The process starts slowly. Extract the juice from the dried hibiscus. Simply soak that hibiscus and extract that juice. So when you have that extract, the liquid is going to look red like that when you extract it. So the beauty with the hibiscus wine is that you can make wine from hibiscus alone, but you can have some additives. You can add lemon. Lemon is meant to preserve it. It's more of an acid. Then we can add cloves. The cloves, we mainly add them for smell. And also you can add cinnamon, or you can choose to eliminate it. We all know mudalasini, that is cinnamon for the common man. Then you can add pineapple to enhance the taste of the wine. And you add sugar, white sugar, or you can use honey for those who don't take sugar. And then you add yeast. Yeast is the final ingredient that helps in fermentation to make the wine or the mixture into wine. And the last ingredient that all of us most times do not have: patience. You cannot have something good if you are not patient. You cannot have sweet wine if you are not patient. Some of us hurry, hey, let me test. After 2 days, let me test. Is it okay? After 3 days, let me test. But if you want to make something beautiful, like sweet red wine from hibiscus, that is the last ingredient. But however, you can make wine from anything. You can make pineapple. You can make a watermelon. I was surprised you can make from avocado. That is the beauty about winemaking. So I have demystified for you how to make wine from something as simple as hibiscus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought, yes, it's called also Pio Valentine by some names. Please walk back. And I thought the Valentine. I hope you are not promoting the other stuff. So, but please come back. Well, thank you very much for that. Caltech Academy, we are going to listen to Kayondo Regan. I think he's Kizito, yes. They have a presentation to make for us. After, after Caltech, we will listen to, where's my number 10? Yes, Naluwairo Benon. We shall be breaking off for tea shortly, but I'm not seeing the tea people, but sharpen your appetite. Right, so just a moment. Where is yes, Kyambogo Regan Kizito is talking about a wind power generator. Caltech Academy. You have 5 minutes to talk about that wind power, and the time is now. So go for it.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyambogo Regan with my colleague, Agnes. And we decided to come up with a project that's a wind power generator. And first of all, I would like to begin with a demonstration to show that what I'm speaking about is true. So, we are going to begin by producing electricity, and then we are going to speak about everything later. So we decided to come up with this project after looking upon a number of difficulties in our environment, such as the SDGs have highlighted some of these difficulties, such as SDG number 13, where we looked about this climate action. People have been cutting down trees so that they can get firewood for cooking, but we can use our affordable energy so that we cook food using our electricity that's available. That's a demonstration of something I would like to invent, and we used the knowledge of physics in a topic of electromagnetism, where we actually used some copper turnings inside the magnetic field, and then we created kinetic energy to electric energy. So people work with me so that we can save the environment. The next SDG we looked about, we saw affordable clean energy, that's SDG number 7. Let's solve it by our project, the wind power generator, and quality education. Most of the schools in Uganda and Africa at large are not studying that well because they are having equipment, but they are not having electricity to power them, such as computers. They are not having electricity to power computers because it's actually expensive and it's not reaching to some areas. So if we construct such a project to those places, people, let's help them so that they can get quality education and solve SDG number 7. And SDG number 3, because that's good health, because some hospitals have been lacking electricity, where some machines they use are equipped by electricity, but of electricity leads to loss of lives and health disorders. So please work with me so that we can save the SDGs and keep our environment clean and ourselves healthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, young innovators and inventors. So, Naluwairo, where are you? Benon, a quick one, and thereafter we shall be breaking for tea. I'm not sure whether the tea people are ready. I see the tickets for the tea being distributed. So please, let's hurry up. If the tea is not ready, we shall listen to one extra, and then we shall come back. Naluwairo Benon is talking about multi-story garden. Oh my God. We're going to be cultivating on up to the moon, maybe, from the Faculty of Agriculture, and the department is also agriculture. Benon, right there, 5 minutes, go for it.
All right, thank you. First of all, I have to inform you that I'm standing. I have a challenge. Every time people look at me, they say, "Human, why are you squatting? Why are you like?" Yeah, but I'm standing. Eh? Yeah, that's my height. First of all, Naluwairo Benon, as I've been introduced earlier, from the Faculty of Agriculture, Department of Horticulture. So today we are trying to do something in line with multi-story agriculture or multi-story gardening. So multi-story gardening, it is a way forward to farming in areas with limited land. First of all, areas with limited land, they include these centers of ours, like here we are in an urban setting. Do you know that you can, in fact, grow crops from over here? In fact, this is urban farming. These people adopted ideas from us. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, so it is urban farming. You can grow your crop instead of growing an ornamental. Something like a collard can grow from here. Yeah, so I never worked alone. So those are some of my colleagues who worked together as a team. So those are the guys we worked with. See to it that we come up with this project. There are some terminologies that I used, and I really would like to simplify each and everything for everyone so that even layman can understand. The first one is a story. A story, in fact, I like this place we are in. A story, if you have to look around, it really describes a story. It's just steps, gradual steps. Yeah. So a story is a part of a building comprising of all the rooms that are on the same level, as you can see, like going upwards. Okay, a story, it's given a particular level, like as you can see, a step, a floor on a building. I'm sorry for that, I'll explain it more. The red line is explaining a story. Then a multi-story, since it is called multi-story agriculture, so we are doing the multiple stories. Yeah, I had traveled somewhere. I was lucky. I had an opportunity because of the agriculture. I had an opportunity. I was in Israel. So this is the system of parking that they use. So it's where we try to develop some ideas from so that we may make the multi-stories, the multi-levels. You can decide to have a vertical place, but having one, like having multiple cars being used. Like, for example, you can have one car parking down, one car parking up, but for us in this instance, we are using crops instead. And then gardening, it simply comes from the garden itself. It's all about you carrying out your farming. So we are continuing with the definitions, some of the simple definitions. Then multi-story, as I told you, multi-story, it is all about having a variety of stories or a variety of levels of gradual steps. So maybe if it is a crop, you're having various levels of a crop that is being grown. I'll illustrate more for more clarifications here. It may not be so much understood. Yeah, and all this is being done in urban farming, as I told you earlier. And urban farming is a practice of crops mainly in urban areas. And you know, one characteristic of urban areas is mainly limited land. So we are trying to do this in line with the urban farming. So the examples of urban farming that we are having, number one, we are having the pyramid garden. This you'll experience it more when you move out to the tent. If you are to see somewhere like at our display, you'll see something of that kind. So it's an example of a multi-store. Then, as I had explained to you, a multi-store, it is a level, gradual, very many levels that are onto a building maybe. So we just drive the building ideas into the agriculture. So we got a first level, as you can see, a second level, and third layer. It can be multiple. It just depends upon you, whatever you want, and you grow your crops. So as you can see, we are using a very small piece of land to grow various crops, which wouldn't be the case if at all you are growing on a real land, bare land. I'll try to be fast. Time is not mine. Okay, yeah, in summary, there are various formats. There is sack farming. You will come for more clarifications via the tent because I'm really time bad. Yeah, sack farming. We are also aiming at growing crops within a limited piece of land. We are also having rack farming. Yeah, most of us, we know what is meant by a rack. A rack, it can be like somewhere, some of us who come from villages where you put some plates. So there are various levels, as you can see, so you can grow various crops as you go up onto that rack. Yeah, so some advantages of this method are simple tools are used. You can use simple materials. You use, there is high production from a small piece of land. In fact, there are very many more, so you'll just come to me in particular for more clarifications, or you can go to the tent of agriculture.
Thank you. I'm told you have exceeded by 30 seconds. And if I had only been watching that direction, you would have seen fire. Please hand over the mic the other side. This is not your computer. Eh? Because for you, you have soil on the case. So we are hoping that you keep growing this so we have come to one short stop as a result of 10 short talks. And that was cool for me. I needed to have reached 10 before we take a tea break. And I'm told by the people the other side that tea is extremely ready. And we can now take a short break of 20 minutes for tea. Don't mind, when you don't find enough room there, just grab your tea and come back, because the next session is fully packed. You have more short talks, and yet we have one plenary. So please take tea now. You have a ticket that allows you to land in the T International Airport. This time we are landing on the same ground as we are. We are not on a storied level at all. But the international airport exit door is right in front of me, and you turn right down the stairs, turn left, enter into the room. Or if you are seated right by the doorway, walk straight through the right-hand side, turn left, head right straight about 11.5 centimeters. After that, do a 75-degree turn on your right-hand side, walk another 2 seconds, and turn on your right again at angle 15 radians. You will be able to see the serving point. Guten Appetit.
STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering. mathematics, it's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, muje, muje tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, muje, muje tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, muje, muje tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, muje, muje tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, muje, muje tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, muje, muje tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. Miss only if you must. Ha 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 ha. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Kyambogo's Festival. STEAM, 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 STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. It's Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival, Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's Festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo. From 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. Kyambogo's Festival. Steam, 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 steam.
better, or one that is being challenged to innovate, please remember that you're innovating for the betterment of yourself. Anyway, yes, my name is Priscilla Regina Ndaloga. I'm a journalist from one of the renowned media houses, NTV Uganda, and Nation Media Group. We are here to do media of Africa, which is you, and for Africa, which again is you. So I'm privileged to be here to have this moderation ongoing. Now, we're going to be having a discussion panel, and our discussion panel is pretty much aligning with demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. Now, we've always desired to develop things on a national level, regional level, continental level, develop it for the world. But who's going to consume it? That consumer is your next door neighbor. That consumer is me. That consumer is the one that contributes to the global interest market that you have. And so we want to have a breakdown of that theme and look into strategizing for equitable and innovative education. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me invite my discussants for this particular sub-theme. My first discussant is Mr. Muganga Christopher. You're most welcome, Mr. Muganga. He is the Deputy Director, Research and Consultancy, National Curriculum Development Center. They've been doing a lot of work in challenging the curriculum that we have today. Does it resonate with the sciences that we are pushing for on national level? COVID-19 showed us that we need to amalgamate these things. And so we do have NCDC to be able to put their voice in having equitable and innovative education. Mr. Mganga, you're most welcome to the panel table. Next, allow me to invite Dr. Kebirungi Harriet. Doctor is the Directorate of Gender Mainstreaming here at our host institution, which is Kyambogo University. I've had the privilege of interacting with her, and this particular discussion is home and patent to her. She's been able to do it on a personal initiative. And so if she has been able to do it on a personal initiative, then it challenges all of us that while we want to wait for the policy makers, the decision makers on administrative level, policy level, national level, to hear our voices and also come up with the solutions to our plight, at the end of the day, the mandate is still upon us to show them that it's possible. And so, Dr. Kebirungi, you're most welcome to show us how possible it is for Uganda to have equitable as well as innovative education in present day times. We also do have Mr. Richard Zulu. Has Mr. Richard arrived yet? Not yet. Okay. All right. So we will be kicking off with the ones that we have this morning. May I please borrow a microphone for my discussants? As we open up this discussion, I would like to hear your personal views when it comes to innovation, when it comes to equity, as far as the present education system that we have. Let me start with Dr. Muganga, because they have been having a lot of homework on their desk at the Development Center in regards to changing the curricula to fit present day times and modernities that have come of times and age. So, Mr. Muganga.
Thank you, moderator. Maybe I would first put records right. It's true, I was the acting deputy director when we were still waiting for the process to get finalized. Now we have the person in that. So So I'm no longer now the deputy director, but I'm doing curriculum work, and I'm trying to make sure that the new person gets comforted with the work, since he is a person from outside curriculum development. You have heard my name, Christopher. We are discussing the issue of strategizing for equitable and innovative education. Having a strategy is something to have a plan, and that plan must be conversant with what we call the national plan until you come to the institutional plan, and then you reach the classroom planning. So the issue now we have is, are we strategizing? That is now the issue should have this been discussing here, and what are these innovations we are having in education? So strategy is having a challenge that sometimes we find ourselves doing things which are not coordinated because we don't have a plan which is national, of which is going to lead or to help the innovators to think when they are at least having one direction. But now that with the education, it is good that now universities, especially Kyambogo, I thank you very much for this one. It is one of the ingredients of awakening the thinking and the innovations of our learners. The youth are they have so much to do, but sometimes they don't have an environment which makes them think and produce whatever the ideas they have. The options are there, and I know there are so many, but now we have to look at how are we going to make a use of these innovations and tag them to the problems in our communities. From the curriculum point of view, much of what we are doing is having a challenge because, as the moderator has said, we are thinking in the abstract. And there is a very big disconnect between the school world and the society world. So yet thinking and solving problems should be part and parcel of the community. That's why for us now we say at curriculum the other side that if the school cannot reach the community, let the communities come to school and you see what happens. So to get away from the abstract thinking and the things which are not connecting, let us be part of the community. And in the, for example, in the new lower secondary curriculum and the upper high school curriculum we are developing, we say, let us teach to solve societal problems. The moment society is not helped to get out of the problems, which are so many, looking at the way we live, the way we work, how we move to work, how we sleep, especially they normally tell us we are developing, but for us we say, are we really developing? Because even what we are developing is a pseudo, because it has so much of the foreign influence, and the moment you get out of that switch of the foreign influence, it's like the economy, which is very abstract, and we say we are developing because we have some such, but these are foreigners. When they go away, we all collapse. So let us try to look at how society problems are part and parcel of what we are learning in schools. I'm very happy about the youngest people here from Caltech. They are now trying to bring out what was supposed to be done previously, so many years ago. That is now the new curriculum. Let learners manage their own learning and the teachers facilitate learning. But what is happening up to now, what we call the big schools, teachers are lecturing, teachers are telling learners what to do, and the thinking is down. From morning up to evening, learners are not learning, but they are watching and looking at the teacher talking the full day. And he said, I've poured the material. But learning has not taken place. But much of what is going to be in this discussion, and I have a presentation which is very short, and it's going to take us through what I'm trying to discuss here.
Before you get into the presentation, we would like to hear a response and an opening remark from Dr. Kebirunji. He has mentioned things that are very patent to your field. You are on ground in these things. He has mentioned if school cannot reach community, let the community come into the school. Is that the reality at Kyambogo University? He has talked about teaching to solve societal problems. What are the problems of the community around Kyambogo University? Is Kyambogo University doing anything to be the problem solver within the community? And of course, the learner and teacher interaction that has and must change over the course of time. Are those the realities for Kyambogo University under your capacity?
Thank you very much, moderator and my colleague. Mine is a question. We are looking at strategizing for equitable education. And my question is, how do we strategize when we don't have an equitable research and innovation agenda? And if we don't have it, then what informs the conceptualization of gender and equity innovations? That is my starting point. What do we have as a university, as a country, as a community? How do we conceptualize innovation, and for who? Whom are we studying for, or whom are we doing it for? Who are the consumers? Actually, Priscilla seems to be more gender responsive because in her remarks, she talked about the consumers. We are talking of fuel, we are talking of this, but whom are we producing for? That should be our starting point. And in the community, I think we need to appreciate that there are quite a number of people with different needs, with different perspectives, with different understandings. They come from different geographical locations. They are influenced by the normative frameworks, the socialization in the community. How do you come up with an innovation that is not actually informed by societal needs? Or how do we do that? Thank you. Should be my opening remark, and it's a question for us. Oh, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mganga was smiling. I think he has some of the solutions in his presentation. And could you please give us the presentation then?
Now, when you look at the slide, we have to look at a thread from the aspirations of the country up to when we reach the training institutions. I just tried to say, when we look at the vision of 2040, at least that one gives us the dream. Transforming Uganda into a modern and a prosperous country. How? That means of science, we need the people of arts, we need the people of technology to at least actualize our vision. A vision is like a dream. That is our aspiration, that by that year we should see a difference in Uganda. Whether it will come or not, it is you and me to continue aspiring for that. But now we have the yardsticks. For example, the NDP's National Development Plans 1 and 3. In all what they talk about, I'm summing it up with the enhancement of human capital development. That is now the work of institutions, the work of universities to get quality human capital development so that they are going to give us the vision. Without this being done properly, there is no way we are going to have that vision fulfilled. And the SDG for example, advocates for equitable and equality education. Now, if education is still below the international standards, we shall continue to be slaves of other countries. So innovations must try to look at whether what we are doing is taking us to another step so that we all the time celebrate our achievements than celebrating the periods of staying on this globe. When you look at the Constitution, it just talks about being a fundamental human right. Now, are all Ugandans aware that they have to be educated? If it's a human right, that means bring all these people on board and then they get to know the vision, the dream, the direction of the country, then we shall be able to get to know that innovations are going to be helping the society or the communities where we are. And when I talk of the mother ministry, it talks of the essential, education is for essential, for personal and the socio-economic development. And education is an avenue to create societies which are just peaceful and sustainable. That means in our innovations, we must look at the people, the end result, whom we are going to see at the end of the training and in so many years to come, so that the communities are at least different from the communities of the past years. So, when I'm trying to sum up the introduction, which comes out of the instant, is that environment is going to demand all learners to access quality, equitable, and effective education. The moment it is part of a strategy to have equitable, quality, and effective education, then we shall be on the right path. And we are going to look at how do we bridge the gap between the current inequality in both access and the quality in schools and the communities. You see, we are what we are in Uganda because of the inequalities. The haves and don't haves. The don't haves think that we robbed them. And the haves don't sleep because the don't haves are awake. So that one is going to give us a two-world into one, whereby people of the same country are fighting each other, not because of there is too much of a difference, but the difference is in the inequality in educating these learners. So STEAM is one of the strategy which is helping us to make sure that whatever we are planning is actualized. If whatever has been displayed here is going to the community and they see the difference, then we shall be able to move a step forward. But now, our problem is that are we educating what, how, and for what? Do we put focus too much on that? Like the current talks of courses are becoming obsolete, what? So it is only those three words, what? What are we learning? How are we learning it, and for what purpose? The moment the community doesn't see sense in what we are training, why are you at the Kyambogo University for 3-4 years to get that degree? For what purpose? It's for celebrating that I have a degree? Are you helping the community? Is the education solving people's problems? That is the key area. Now, we are anchoring equitable and innovative education. Everything should start with education. Even if you want to go be a farmer, an man, a driver, a border rider, it is our education which determines the way we live. So when you look at it, the way we are on the road, our border, that is our education. That is what we gave them. When you see the taxis and he knocks and abuses you, that is what we gave them. So, for me, I'm saying, let us first strengthen and put education right. Whereby, for example, we have said in the primary, let science be integrated so that everybody has a chance to know science. Because there is no way you're going to do innovations when your science is still wanting. We have now the compulsory science policy with all of the problems we are stomaching. Why are you making people who can't study science be compulsory? You are making failures so many. But we say someone should have at least a dose of science to know what it means for his personal life and living and sustainability. So that you don't spray your plants with the poisonous chemicals, and because for you someone has told you, you must get to know why you're doing it. So science are becoming compulsory at lower secondary, and this one is creating an opportunity for interdisciplinarity. Even if you are arts-oriented, you need a dose of science. And if you are science-oriented, you need a dose of arts. So that interdisciplinarity is the outcome of your education. And after here, nobody will know whether you have a degree or a doctorate or a what. It is how you are and what you are doing that will determine the quality of your education. And now we have some other strategies like a systematic came in schools. This one, they have their own jargons they are using, like a LA and a PA, for which STEM is now also enhancing, or STEM is enhancing on them. So that these learners, when they are in school, are they enjoying what they are doing? Do you take time to know the purpose of doing it? Do you give them opportunities to stretch their thinking and they know the problems and how they can bring the problems to be part of what they are studying? So this is what we are trying to say. And with the curriculum reviews, we say that at least disseminate, when it unveils the integration of knowledge, let learners be taught how subjects are interconnected. The world is one and the knowledge is one. You just become too much oriented on one, but you need the rest. So the new lower secondary curriculum also has a pedagogy of integration. We are integrating things because when you leave school, you can't tell how much chemistry I'm using now and how much mathematics I am using now. It is the way you solve the problem effectively. Then they will say, at least that person has learned. Well, you know that whatever we are doing, the 21st century skills are going to be flagging wherever we are going, because we shall not be in Uganda. Uganda is part of the global village. So when you are seeking employment or going to solve problems of other countries, for them they expect you to know those tenets. Are you a critical thinker and you are solving problems? Are you creative and innovative? What about your communication, both orally and in written form? Are you cooperative and you are self-directed in whatever you are doing? Is there some mathematical computation and ICT proficiency? Because now the world is a digital world, these ones have to be there. Members, we are trying to look at the strategies now, because the topic is strategizing, and which I said in my introduction. What is the plan? What is the strategy? I thought of number one, promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. Here, there was a gentleman who was talking about, you come and we make a team. I need people to come and invest. Because he's an entrepreneur now. Innovations without entrepreneurship are going to stay in your lab. And they are going to be textbook material. So Uganda, at least, have introduced entrepreneurship of education in our curriculum menu, so that we are focusing on the creativity and innovation among our school graduates. Even at higher institutions, it should be part of it, that after doing whatever you have done, the smoke what? Now, the entrepreneurship skills must come in. How is it reaching the community? How am I going to sustain this project? Number two, strategy. Linkage to the national economic sectors. Teaching and learning should have a linkage to Uganda's economic sector, which absorbs the graduates. That is our weakness in Uganda, that we learn anything that someone can teach us without bothering for what? Where am I going to put it into action? Because Uganda is a unique country. It has its own endowments, different from others. How are we leverage what we have, and we put emphasis in whatever we are studying on that, so that others are just additional? You will see the graphic, which is going to tell us what are those sectors of Uganda's economic base. Let us address the gender and the social inequalities. I'm very happy that now we have the ladies who are mathematicians, who are the engineers, the what, rather than saying ladies can't do it. Why? Or stereotypes. Men don't do this one. Men don't cook. In some countries, all chefs are men. The way they want, how maybe the time they put on the service, than ladies who have some other challenges of going back and look after their families. So let us look at all those, and then we see. Now, this is the graphic. Uganda has only 4 economic base or base. So that whatever you are studying, are you sure that the graduates are going to be absorbed there? So the needed labor is only in agriculture. Where is our innovations in agriculture? Where 90% of our communities are surviving. Let us try to look at the way they plant, the way they manage, the way they add a value, the way they sell, so that all innovations are towards that one. You cannot exhaust that area. We have construction. the engineers, the what. That's where people go after studying here. We have industries and we have services, which takes the majority of our graduates. Whether you're a teacher, whether you are a policeman, that is a service. But now, inside those sectors, what are the competences, what are the skills that are required for you to sustain that work, and you do it so well? That one is the problem in the schools we have. And then the deep learning and the skills acquisition. That is now, to me, I call it a cancer, which came in Uganda in the area of education. Our learners learning, our institutions teaching the best of the graduates with the deep learning, or we are on surface learning. So all of these interventions, like a STEAM, like a SESEMAT, like what, they are coming out to say that let learners do than know. We don't have any problem with the knowledge in Uganda. People can even tell you when the queen was born. And you say, for what use knowing the date of the queen? The hour she died.
Because we speak the queen's language, so we must know.
But the knowledge, we are so well. But tell that person to go and actualize what? That is the challenge. They can even do their mathematics on the blackboard, but you say, after that, what next? Who will butter your bread? Are you selling those calculations and you go back and you eat them? They must end somewhere. So, the 4 learning outcomes or expectations for the schools, the lower schools, secondary, we are pegging them to something which looks like a philosophy, of which we are lacking as a country. Now we are having these intermediate philosophies or flags. So for senior 1 to senior 4, we are saying let them learn so that they can produce citizens with employable skills, which are competitive in the job market. Because many of them are going to stop there. And nobody bothers to know what happened to those millions after senior 4. Where are they? They are at Karerwe, they are at Nakawa, doing what? And after senior 4, what do you expect of these graduates to do? Of employment, what should they expect? We did a labor market survey before we were writing the curriculum, but people were giving us different views about our learners, and they were saying, you are giving us double work. After teaching them there, spending our money there, when they come in these industries, we retrain them. They don't know things, and the things they were talking about are different from what we are teaching. Now, they gave us self-assured individuals, responsible and patriotic citizens, lifelong learners, and a positive contributor to society. Those are the things they want. Is the person you're communicating, is he being on time? Can he be a team player? Those are the things they need. Do we teach them? Of course, no. And then, critical thinking, as we say it so easy, is only illustrated in the person's ability to discover. People have discovered something in their own way here, to explain and to analyze issues. They have to apply these concepts to solve problems as they come in different situations. And these ones are going to help us to alleviate the country to the balloon success. Balloon success is everybody in Uganda is having a degree, a certificate, a first class, but the problems cannot be done. We keep importing human resource. Engineers, year by year, are being churned out of universities, but the road cannot be fixed. That means we are having what we call a balloon success. The moment you get out of the air, you don't have the balloon. It deceives you that it is so big and beautiful, but it is nothing. Our education is a balloon success. That's why we say that these teaching methods and innovations that we are having, like in SESEMAT, in STEAM, in lower secondary curriculum, we say let the learners discover, let them explain, let them evaluate. And now we are looking at what is going to be the gimmick with this team. How different is the teaching going to be? Because that question should remain, how different are you now? Kyambogo has been there, how different? And then In my conclusion, I'm saying that there is no way we are going to see the dream, the vision, 2040, the what happening, if, or the world becoming a middle income status, if we don't change the way we do things. Because you are adding the same way, you are writing the same way, of course, even after that time, it will be the same results. And then we are talking about STEAM, is just one of the strategies. Other universities should also bring their strategies to demystify the understanding of science to the community, the arts and technology. Because these are simplified concepts in your life situations to benefit the communities. And you should look at the equitable and innovative education. It can be a very good strategy, but it cannot be feasible in day-to-day life. So that these learners get to know what takes place with the various methods, and we tickle their thinking, which is very critical, and they go to exploration, experiencing, analyzing, and applying in this knowledge. So let learners' knowledge and skills be acquired in informal schooling, so that there is part of the strategies to making learning perplexing. Here, when we are looking at the demonstrations, was it perplexing? So that this learner goes adding on, aligning school with the needs of the further education and the workplace in society. Is our education part of our economic base? The 4 areas, or we start to think of going to the moon when we haven't even known how to make a needle. So we have to address the gender and the social inequalities. This one, people just look at it as if it is a lukewarm point, but you look at how the topography of Uganda and the landscape of Uganda. Some regions don't even know that we are in Uganda. They can't even get to know that they have a challenge, starting with them, to change their attitudes about life. And that they are living with the people who are in a different world, but they are concerned the way they live. And then we have to look at our graduate profile. What are the expectations of a degree holder? Should everybody be in the office? Then who will be working outside the office? Because whoever graduates want to be in the office. Is education in consonance with the office? Can't you have an office in the field, and that is your office? I have seen someone here who was an agricultural, is in agriculture. So is he going to be in the office to do those storied things? That is the challenge. Everybody in Uganda is big. The money is where very few people are. The moment the risk is high, that's where money is. The moment you are doing everybody does, you are poor. Because everybody can do it. So, we are saying lastly, let the 4 super skills of the 21st century, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creative innovation, be the focus of teaching and training in schools. If we are just teaching the way we were taught, writing so many books and notes and reading what? You are in the world of our own. Colleagues, I thank you for listening. That's what I thought that is going to be part of our discussion, because we are talking about strategies for innovation. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much, Doctor. In response to that, he has mentioned something where there's highest risk is where the money is. Just so you know, Doctor, even at the policy level, there's a lot of risk. Your life could be ended in a day for taking a direction that is not okay with everybody else. For, believing in otherwise when everybody else wants to stay in a certain place. So that's a high risk. But then again, you have also talked about the quality and equitability as well as effectiveness of the nature of education that we have. It begs the question in terms of what we're offering. I mean, glad that we do have Kyambogo University on this discussion. When you look at the programs that we do have here in Kyambogo University, by design, by application, by administering, by education, by collaboration, and by result? Do they actually respond to some of the things that have been mentioned? Let me turn to Dr. Kebirunji in that regard.
Come again.
When we look at the programs that are being offered here at the university, are they responsive to quality? Are they responsive to equity? And are they also responsive to creating innovation?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the question about that needs to rotate around what we do as a university. We need to think or to reflect on our regulations and policies, the systems, the processes, the structures and capacities to implement what we talk about equitable education. What is it that we have as Kyambogo University? What is our strength? I have asked this question many times. What do we have as a university? What do we know? Are we aware that gender is a key component to development? Are we aware that gender must be done with or with you know, whether we want it or not, because it is a mandate of government. National Council for Higher Education demands equitable education. Ministry of Education has developed policies on equitable education. National Development Plan talks about equitable education and mandates universities to transit or to translate what is being taught in universities. And when we talk about innovations, we ask ourselves, what do we have? What are the opportunities? Why do we start? Why do we have to look at this, the other, go and do flyover, what, when we cannot even have them implemented here in the university? Let me tell you, in this country, I think in this city, we have the biggest chunk of land. But I ask myself, what do we use this land for?
The land is for Gambanogo, so we can't touch it.
Yes, the land is there. But we start with it to innovate, okay? If we have that, what is it for? Because we are supposed to use it to come up with innovations. We ask ourselves, we have a textile, a leather and textile department. What is it for if we are trying to innovate? And yet, our students keep on languishing on the streets.
So can we then say there's a discourse between what is on the market and the demand at the national level versus what is being offered through education, even though education is the backbone of everything we do?
Very true, because as a university, we should be leading and showing people here we are. We cannot talk about equitable innovations when we cannot implement them here in the university. We have these things, and what actually hinders or gets in the way for female or for male students to participate is because they don't know what it is, what an opportunity means. Have they had information about these opportunities? We have an incubation center here. How many students can we open them up for this? Remember, we are training at the university, but we are going back to the communities. What knowledge are we talking about? If you cannot define what gender means, what equitable solutions are, if you cannot talk about inclusion solutions are, what is it that we are? I'm sorry, I'm being so, because I'm talking
let's be more realistic, because
yes,
that's abstract.
Yes.
So taking Kyambogo University as a case study, when it comes to the translation of equity in education here, right from admission, could you share with us where the gaps are right now?
Yeah, and the gaps, of course, we have those policies, and we have the admissions. But before the admissions come in, is this information received by the students who are applying for these scholarships?
For example,
in the university?
I want to come and enroll for a program, but do I have information that this program actually caters to me and is sensitive to, for example, persons with disabilities?
This is what I'm asking. I'm saying now. The admission call is just gender insensitive. They say we are admitting. Okay, even when we have quotas and students for disabilities, they come in here. We ask ourselves, as a university or as high institutions of learning, do we have facilities? Do we create an environment for these people to retain and ensure that they excel, they interact with different components? If they are sciences, they work with the scientists, they work with the social scientists. They also go to their laboratories and do their work, their laboratory work, and actually participate also when we are talking of knowledge creation and transfer. Are they participating in research, for example? Who is there and who is not there? When you are admitting they already have. That is the challenge.
Just to interrogate the admission element a little bit further, should it be the intent of institutions of higher education to target that population?
I think this is just a blind call, and it's not for the academic, for the university alone, but it is a government project which calls for this, because they are admitting, for example, we have different quotas, those for government, for those for private. But if we are trying to call for students, let's say we are calling for students from maybe disadvantaged countries, locations, communities. Here we come, you say admissions, cutoff points 24. Now, 24, this is a Gayaza girl. The Gayaza girl who may not have had any challenges in education. The girl comes here and just, because they are quite many, without...
But let's pause there. Let's demystify that. Not everyone who also goes to Gayaza comes from a well-to-do family. Isn't that right? Yes, so that's also something that we need to demystify.
No, but I'm just giving you an example. Yes. But you cannot compare that one, because it is the same standard for somebody coming from Nakarapiripiriti, from Kabong, from where. We need to give affirmative action to those students coming from those areas.
Okay, before we leave that point, Mr. Mganga, affirmative action in regards to the rearrangement of curricula that you're doing, as we see the case being in the PDM, where they've made it very loud.
But excuse me, Priscilla, because before you take him on, I want to let you know that even before we admit them, they are subjected to similar examinations, similar time to answer these questions. They expect similar facilities. It is assumed that they all have similar facilities to do these examinations. They assume they have laboratories. They assume they have lighting facilities. They assume their roads are good and they can reach in time for the examinations. And the marking is the same. The grading is the same. So that's where the inequalities in education come from.
Mr. Mganga, what's your address to that? Because at the end of the day, we can't have the high institutions mandated to pay attention and to that sensitivity of equity, and yet where those that are coming into the higher institutions, it's not the same. It does not translate to the grassroots of education.
At our side, we are just for us, we are towing the government policy. Don't leave any learner behind. That's why we are having programs like ABEC, that one is of Karamoja, the fishing communities. We are having the SNE programs to help them, so that let everybody access, because we are first looking at the access. is everyone having the opportunity to access. Then the quality thing will come later. That's why.
When is later? Later
later
has not been answered.
Later is when you have come here, like though we are here. Now the challenges of being here is going to bring solutions. At least let everybody be there at school. But of course, Uganda as it is a fabric of so many people's ideas. There are those up to now with UPE, they have never taken opportunity to go to school. US is there. Instead of saying, let me see what is there and I get the little which is there, now they're just saying there is nothing with UPE. So you can't say that half a glass is better than nothing or an empty glass. At least with the Equity, we have developed all curricular materials. We have helped government to make sure that every learner can access. The books are now learner-centered. They are no longer talking to themselves. We say, let the books talk to the learner. And the learner will see himself or herself in that book. And when the learner is at least reading and trying to make sure that he makes sense of what he's reading, whatever he's reading is localized.
So Mr. Muganga's learner can be able to read even if they're blind. That's what you're saying?
Yes, because there are those which are already for S&E departments. They do braids. This is called brailles. They braille their materials. Okay. So access, at least we are doing all that, whatever it takes to make sure that equity is handled.
Dr. Kebirunji, from admission to retention to completion, what are the normative errors that do exist?
For me, I also still have those challenges because it goes back to the materials. We are saying they are into braille and what, but then we ask ourselves, do we have devices in those schools for learners to use? Even at this university, do we have them? So if you develop them and they cannot be used, the material is there but cannot be used. So should we call that equity? Maybe not. But as they come here in the university, of course, we have policies and we have other structures that talk about gender and equity. Especially we have, for example, the gender policy. We have the disability center that looks at that. But now the challenge is us again as people who never had the instruction. My colleague Christopher is talking about the instruction of how to handle these people. How do you address issues of access, of teaching and learning to a person who is disabled, for example? If the structure is not allowing access to that a learning environment like a lecture room. So for us as a university, we've actually gone ahead and designed teaching and learning, gender and equity teaching and learning guidelines on top of what they have done. But we are saying when they come here, even the methodology only for teaching, we are not changing their curriculum and so on, but we are also agitating for cross-cutting courses on gender and disability. So if you are talking about teaching, how are you going to ensure that this person with the disability can use a test tube? Because that is a standard of learning. How are you going to say this is a Bunsen burner for a person with the maybe ear or whatever sight impairment and cannot see the Bunsen burner? How are we going to do that? How innovative are we going to do that? Remember that these people, okay, they have guides. Others have, others don't have. But are these guides trained to translate? Or are our lecturers or teachers or support technicians trained in sign language, maybe in interpretation of what you are trying to teach? So that's where I'm saying that we are there, we have the policies, but we have not actualized it. We are not yet there, although we are still moving.
Okay. Let me turn to our audience this afternoon. I have a tough question. For the students here at whatever level that you are, if we can have someone bold enough to answer this question. If you're a person with a disability in this audience, please raise your hand or stand up. Or is there where you can express yourself? Is there anyone? Okay. Is there anyone with a body-affiliated impairment? Kwanza. Okay. We do have men and women in this room. And if you can be bold and honest, is there a man or a woman in this room who feels that the way you're receiving your education is actually not communicating to you? Can you raise your hand? Okay. We do have some hands. Can I have 3 of you walk up here and tell us how? Because this is what we're supposed to be addressing. The policymakers will sit up there, do their mumbo jumbo, but the reality on the ground will not be addressed because we're not asking them. Isn't it the purpose here? We're not asking them how difficult it is for them to become innovative in such a time as this. Okay. You give us your name, your faculty you're studying, and then you tell us.
Yeah, I'm Benon Nalwairo, Faculty of Agriculture, doing vocational studies in agriculture with education. Well, the challenge that I'm seeing, we are not kind of practical, I have to admit. We do a lot of theory, but the practical bit of it is really lacking. That's it. Yes, we do the practical, but it is limited. Thank you.
When it comes to your practicals, do you still feel like you're aided with everything you need to do those practicals, or you have to get out of your own way?
Sometimes you have to get out of your own ways, and sometimes even the facilities are not available. Like you may be, because of recent, we are having some mechanization practicals going on, but we are having one tractor. Sometimes there is no fuel in the tractor for you to try around to operate. You see all that? Yeah, so you can't really go into the practical bit of it. You may want to know some parts of the tractor, but you may not have some opportunity.
Those parts are missing themselves.
Exactly. So you may not even be given the opportunity to open it.
True.
Just, yeah, I'm just saying that. So I think we need to revise the system. Okay, let me now be factual. I've had an opportunity. I've been to Israel, and these people, when they are studying, I used to study. So when we are studying, we could have some time. In fact, I have to be factual, we had 1 day of school class, and the other days in the field. So we could get the theoretical bit of it, yes, but the greatest part.
You had the opportunity to practice it
Exactly.
over and
You
over
practice
again
whatever
until you got
had.
it.
Yeah, so
which
that
is not
you-
translated where you are now.
We do, but it's minute. In Hebrew, they say katan.
Mr. Mganga talked about it. You see the teachers so much, but translation, what they're teaching you, minimal. Okay, thank you so much. Let's have the lady. Your name?
Good afternoon, everyone.
What you're studying, what your interests are, and the challenges.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nantongo Esther from Caltech Academy, Makerere, and I'm in senior 3 class. According to me, okay, right as per now, what I'm seeing in Uganda, for example, we are having HSC. That's where we are having senior 5 and senior 6, whereby you find someone, for example, I want to become an engineer, and you are supposed to do a combination of PCM. But at this point, you reach at campus, yes, you've scored your good points and everything, but you reach at campus whereby chemistry is not really necessary or something of that kind. And according to me, what I would suggest is if you're going to school, you're supposed to particularly study what is going to be involved in your future career. For example, if you're going to be an engineer, you do P&A, that's done, because there is no point of struggling with books, you do chemistry and all that. whereby you're not going to even do it at campus. And well, yes, they have talked about the new curriculum of whereby you're supposed to do what is going to be part of your career. In case you want to be maybe a journalist, you're supposed to do maybe like history and geography, something like that. But it makes no sense whereby you've done everything, you've studied, you reach at campus. We have heard of these points whereby people are graduating and you reach a point of getting a job, you're failing to get. You've heard of people on the roads, someone tells you, by the way, I got a PhD, and you're like, what's that? Okay. It's all about connection. Okay, according to my observations, my brothers have completed university, and someone tells you, I'm looking for a job. Someone tells you, I studied law, but you find someone in a shop and you're like, oh my God, what was that for? So this point is we should remove the corruption part of it and wake up and say that, yes, if you have had engineers study from Kyambogo, let us at least put some law opportunities whereby they'll be able to practice instead of like doing something and you end up not having the career in future. Yeah?
All right. So right from grassroots education, they don't know why they're studying the PCBs. They don't know what problems they're meant to be solving in society. So she doesn't understand why she needs to carry on the chemistry, because according to her, it does not add up. Yet Mr. Muganga is telling us that a little chemistry is important at some point in life.
I'm Zido, the King Hustler, and I'm an interior and landscape designer. That's my profession. I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in interior and landscape designing. But I'll start on a sad note. As you see, there are many empty seats in here. This is a reason, this is a sign that shows that what is happening, people are not seeing meaning in what is happening. It is just because of the many challenges that are overweighing the advantages. As an interior designer, the challenges we are facing, we are under the Faculty of Art and Industrial Design. But we do not have access to materials that we use. But we are always in need of these materials.
But you pay library fees?
We pay functional fees. We pay library fees. We pay everything we pay for. We don't actually receive almost anything.
Milking the cow, but no grass for the cow to eat. Okay.
And because of this, many of my colleagues have dropped out. And it's on a sad note. Some of us are still pushing on simply because we are creative enough.
Let me ask you a tough one. What problem do you intend to solve in the community at the end of the day?
As an interior and landscape designer, I am meant to solve interior space challenges and landscape challenges. We are meant to make spaces functional. We are meant to make our landscapes beautiful. We are meant to make, change and give new trends in architecture. And so we work hand in hand with architects. And then after engineers putting forward the ideas from the architects, we come on and then we design the spaces, we give in curtains, we give lightings. But the facilities to use, it's actually a big load to us and to the people that are actually helping us, supporting us with the money.
How many are you in your intake?
We started 100 and now we are 55.
Okay.
Many have dropped out, and then it's that even the courses, they are telling us they have expired. I don't know if we are.
Okay, let's have the microphone to the next person.
We really need much help. So.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. In 2 minutes.
I'm Daniel Linda, and I'm from engineering. I want to begin on a good note. I appreciate the knowledge you are getting, especially in engineering. It's a lot of theoretical knowledge, a lot and very good of it. But I also want to confess that the practical bit of it is so wanting. I would like to inform the House that last semester, that was in first year, second semester, we had AutoCAD. But I want to inform all of you, AutoCAD, a computer-aided design software that you are studying, the exam was written on paper with a pen. Come on. I want to emphasize that we are doing programming as I speak, and it's already confirmed the exam. We are going to write a program on paper. Why wouldn't I make an application? Why? I also want to confess about the practical bit of it, especially when it comes to some questions like engineering, engine construction. If it were in my mandate to allocate marks according to practical and theory, I think instead of saying that let practicals be 25% out of 100 like it is, I would confidently suggest that let it be 50 out of 100. Some questions are really practical. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Well, my name is Abraham Musasizi, and I'm doing my bachelor's degree at Kyambogo in Environmental Science, Technology, and Management. Well, my challenge comes in all the way from how we are enrolled into the university. You have 6 courses you choose, and most of us will choose courses according to my cutoff points, right? Like me, I'm a student of, I did, in my high school, I did math, economics, and geography. I really loved math. I passed my math very well. I passed my geography well. I passed my economics roughly well. And I came to sign my application form. And I had to look at the cutoff points I had and the courses. And to my surprise, I had to end up in a biology. Yes, I had to end up in a biology chemistry related course. And I did math, economics, and geography. And this actually creates a challenge between what a student actually wants to pursue or what a student wants or has grown up yearning to solve in the community they've grown up in, to being limited to go and get that degree and go do something else.
Okay.
Yes.
No wonder he's more willing to get out into the job market to feed his stomach, because it has already been distorted. Let's take it from the lady.
Thank you so much. Mirembe Anza Sebunya is my name, currently at GRC, Faculty of Science. And by virtue of my role, I'm one to express the dissatisfaction of students on their behalf. But before I express the dissatisfaction or the pain of the students, I would love to appreciate, they told me to give good news before bad news, so I thank all the organizers of this event and all the lecturers and teachers. I will agree with the current speaker that we have our goals, but by virtue of the way the system has been designed, we do things that we wouldn't have really done. But knowledge is a good thing. I, for one, want to study human nutrition. I did biology, chemistry, food and nutrition. I wanted to do dietetics and human nutrition. But unfortunately, cutoff points came, they looked at me zigzag. And then I'm doing Bachelor of Science in Technology in Biology. But right now, if you came and told me, Mirembe, I'm going to pay for you to go and do nutrition, I would refuse. Because I did not about the use or the advantages of my course before I joined it. But right now, I am very well informed that most of the challenges that are being faced outside in the world can be solved by a biotechnologist. And that is something that
what
I'm
is the
studying.
change you want to see?
The change I want to see is better demystification of knowledge and information about the courses that are given to students, because
before you sign up for them.
Yes, because we actually apply for a bare minimum because it's what we want. But if you knew how great the other courses you did are, we would be far.
How you could solve problems with the other courses.
And then the problem of practical, everyone has spoken about it.
Okay, let's move on to the final speaker. And then I will have those that are wearing glasses respond to this, because it's a...
Yeah, thank you. Allow me behave by not backing the big persons. Yeah. I do salute everybody here. I am Naluja Apollo, and a a facilitator from Caltech Academy. My title has changed from being a teacher to a facilitator, according to Doctor. I'm here now as an implementer of the new curriculum that the Doctor was talking about. One, I want to say that at Caltech, we have embraced it, and we are doing our best. We see the values out of the new curriculum. Some of them is what you have seen, what my young ones were doing. See the innovation. They can now communicate family in such a gathering. If I now compare them with some counselors one day that we are watching over TV, tell them to read an oath, just reading, they would not do it. But these young ones are now able to do it. For which now I want to say thank you, the policymakers that came up with this new lower secondary curriculum.
Okay.
However, the cohort of the group, the seniors threes, currently, we don't have those learners' books, the teachers' guides, as the word is to guide us in facilitating them in their learning. What is happening?
Okay.
There are so many books on the market from different publishers. And what I know is that at one time there was some vetting to prove some books. But now even the others that were not proved, they are on the market. We are now not sure which ones, even if they are there, that we could go and buy.
Okay.
Please, something to be done
Thank
about
you so much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Trainers of trainees. Let me pick my final comment from Madame Nampala. In regards to what you have had, you had raised your hand. Yes.
Thank you very much. This was a very wonderful hijack. Because actually, when I raised my hand, the question was regarding disability. Because I happen to have his son with some health challenges. So I wanted to share the challenges that he goes through. But now that that's not the question, I will not go there. Regarding what the students here have been expressing, I'm not sure if I'm in the right shoes to make comments, but I believe that most of the things that they have said is right. And I was just thinking as they were raising their issues, how urgent it is for us to review our curricula, especially to meet the deadline of how soon the students from high school, because we know that the current students on the new curriculum are in Form 3, meaning that in 3 years, we shall have intakes from students from the new curriculum. And when I look at our methods and our programs, I was thinking, how ready are we to receive such very intelligent and articulate youngsters that I have seen here as a result of the new curricula? It's unfortunate that the top management is not here, but I think it's really, really urgent that we review all our programs as soon as possible, because 3 years is so close. And instead of firefighting, yeah. Yes, I was saying that instead of firefighting, when these brains join us in 3 years, it has to be very urgent that all of us review our curricula. Because when you look at the students who express their desire to have practical knowledge as opposed to theoretical knowledge, these are students that are coming from a knowledge curriculum, but they have a great desire to have practical learning. Now, if that is so for that category of students, what do you think is going to happen when we have learners from competence-based curricula? It will be a disaster. So that's my take, that now the ball is in our court to ensure that we review curricula so that we are able to address issues from our incoming intakes in 3 years minimum. Thank you.
Dr. Kebirunji, from what we have gotten, from the flow that we are addressing, we still have to come up with those strategies, but in response also to the recipient, the end user of these strategies. So where you sit now, I think things have changed. What is the strategy for us to have equitable and yet innovative education moving forward?
Thank you very much. Like I said from the beginning, that it starts now. It should have started yesterday in this room. This conference or this festive was not organized for abled people only. Where are the sign languages? Where are they? Did the letters reach them or they never reached them? Did the people with special needs, were they invited? They were not invited. Whose knowledge, which discussion are we talking about without them? These are issues that we are discussing. So if we are talking about teaching and learning guidelines and reviewing curriculums, we are doing this, but it's an uphill task. We talk about these things, but people don't think they are very important. I have already told you that my first question, when I was giving my question and remarks, I asked about gender and equitable research and inclusion innovation agenda. So what is it that we are feeding? Where are we coming from? How are we conceptualizing that? And where are we feeding? Who are our feeders? That is the question you are asking. I think I talked about that from the beginning. Now it is coming out. Maybe I talked like a philosopher, but now it is coming out. I think this is something not for Kyambogo University, but for the nation. I think my colleague Christopher will take it up and address it. We are having these, students, they are coming in. When we say, let's do gender and equity curriculum review, they say, those are Kebirunji's things.
We don't have money.
No!
Budget cuts.
No, actually they don't look at the money, they look at Kebirunji. We even tell them to budget for people with special needs. They don't. We even tell them, yesterday we launched a project on menstrual health. And some people are like, is that something so important to think about?
True. I had it in my own newsroom and the debate was hot.
You see? These are things we discuss. But people, we talk of retooling. When we call people come and train in research, gender and equity research, the room is empty.
Okay.
So what I'm going to say, what I'm saying is that we need to do a deliberate equity and innovation assessment program. That is the message my colleagues should take up, that we need to do it, we need to look at the needs, we need to have a research agenda. If we are innovating in a certain area, for how long? 10 years? 6 years before we go on another one?
He has told you 2040, by 2040.
By 2040, yes.
He said 2040.
And we need to retool our lecturers, our thinking actually. We are just thinking, okay. We are not thinking out of the box to address the demands of the country and our communities.
And unfortunately, it's no longer box, it's now a circle, the globe. Mr. Muganga. How do you respond the necessity of research in ensuring that there's equity in innovation, in advancing science and technology in the country?
It takes us back to what we envisage to have by 2040. What makes us to think that we are going to have a modern and prosperous country? How will it be transformed if we have got the testimonies here that we are still learning in the old way we were taught? Because the teachers give what they have. Now we are having a challenge that now it is a big stone rolling coming downwards. From Caltech Academy, people have shown what and how they learn. Now they are coming to the higher institutions of learning, and you are going to deflate that momentum of creativity, of people who are thinkers, of people who are collaborating, people who are communicating so well, and you take them back to the old system. Now, universities have to think, what are their graduate profiles? What is the person you look at the end of your training? Because it has already been stated by the secondary education, this is our graduate profile. That is the person we need to get out of the so many years of training. People have been looking at these WhatsApps moving around, and someone was commenting. In Uganda, we teach surface learning because people are labeling insects, parts of the insect, parts of the plant.
Mr. Muganga, tokobye nnyo.
The same countries, people are doing robotics with what they have learned from the same
things, and look where you
Now,
are.
why are we labeling the parts of an insect? So what? And after knowing the parts of the flower, so what?
To solve the problems of Uganda.
That is the surface learning we are doing. The testimonies have been here that, okay, they are doing some practicals, but again, it is the theories and the theories. And we are saying, let learners be learning for doing. Let them do. What we want is not your certificate. In Uganda, in a few years to come, everybody will have a certificate because some I can even make theirs at Nasa Road. Everybody has a certificate. So it's no longer an issue. The issue is what can you do with that certificate. So some people no longer even want to look at your certificate. The interview will be, what did you train in? Can you please go and demonstrate? That is the interview. And then we are trying to say that the way we look at our training institutions, what is being done there, and the graduates' performance is what exactly the nation is going to be for some 30 years to come.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Let me pick comments from the organizers of STEM Festival. I believe the steam is too much in the room. How do we calm this steam down?
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say this. STEAM, since the first edition, is an eye-opener. When we leave Kyambogo University today, we must, all of us, as we go back where we came from, we must have something that must be seen to change in our lives. We must do things differently. Our intention is not to sit down and lament about the problems, but what is it that when you go back, you take an initiative to do something. Let's do something wherever we are, and collectively, there will be a change that will be translated into what will be seen nationally. Something will be seen. And probably the seed has already started germinating. Thank you very much.
King, comment from Dr. Steam.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. Now, I feel sad when someone says they do not know why they should actually study chemistry when they want to be an engineer. They do not know why they must study mathematics when they want to become a lawyer. This tells me the kind of experience they have had in the classroom. As teachers, as lecturers, we have not helped them to ask and answer the question why. Every one of us, naturally, we want to leave our genes behind whenever we can. So we become fathers, we become mothers. Our children will get sick. We have to figure out how to feed them, how to give them a balanced diet. That means even if you are going to be a lawyer, you will need some knowledge of biology to actually keep your home safe and secure. We all go to pharmacies and buy medicines with different chemical compositions. So even if you are going to be an engineer, you are not just an engineer. I am a mathematician, but I'm also a mother. I'm also a sister. I am a lecturer. And knowledge is power. And that is why the STEAM Festival is here, to help us demystify these things. You are a teacher of history, and you have taught people about the death of Bihogo in Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom and how it led to the collapse of the kingdom. Why should I care about this? Many teachers of history have not talked about this. But can you relate it to the threat, to the extinction of the crested crane, the bird that we hold so much to our hearts? So that when people from conservation say, wherever you find an egg of a crested crane, please bring it to us because we need to conserve this bird. You will take it and you will do it with one heart because you know what the death of Bihogo did to Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. This is a call to all teachers. We don't have to have been taught these things by our teachers, but we can choose to be better than our teachers. Can we ask and answer the question why? Literally about everything. In mathematics, we start teaching numbers. And maybe we don't tell students why we study numbers. Why did someone think of inventing numbers? People wanted to know, how many things do I have? If I have 3 cows and he has 4, he has many. But if he sees someone with 10, he no longer has many. The other person has many. And then we had to look at counting numbers so that we can be able to quantify many, to quantify much. But then we reached somewhere and got stuck. How would we quantify not having? Then we had to invent the number 0 so that we can say someone has 1, has 2, but someone who does not have has 0. But sometimes you have banja. Sometimes you lose what you have. How do we quantify that? So we had to go to the negatives and quantify. And then we increased the number system to integers so that we can be able to not talk only about the positives, but go to the negatives. Oranges, you want to share. You are 10 and you have 3 oranges. How many do you have? The integers could no longer help us solve this problem. So we had to think about things that are in between those integers, hence the fractions, because you will now not get an orange, but you'll get pieces of the orange, hence the real system. But we teach these numbers and we never talk about why, what problem were they solving when they were coming into existence. And then later we realize, we can do very many things on the real line. We can find, what about
Dr. Steam?
Negative numbers? Can we find the roots? So I want to encourage us to think about the
Your
why.
lecture sessions.
Thank you very much. I know when it comes to mathematics, I can talk forever, but I want you to ask and answer the question why. Thank you so and feel at STEAM.
All right. In conclusion, Jonathan Okello, he's a chemical engineer here in year 4, and he writes saying the accumulative assessment at the high school is actually promoting research and the answers to why. It's promoting knowledge accumulation and also application, whereas the university education they are consuming right now, it's to their disadvantage, limiting and suffocating. But that's why STEAM is here. I think the purpose is very simple, to advance and promote the question, why, and be able to find knowledge, develop skills, and this is in science, in technology, in arts, but more so all under education, to be able to make sure that there's regard for quality, there's regard for equity, there's regard for progress, but there's still regard for transformation of our society. At the end of the day, I expect Kyambogo University to be the center of academic and professional excellence by the time we come back for the 3rd edition in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the discussion end of this afternoon. Thank you so much. Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. I can promise that the next time I'm in NTV, please allow me take my time and in excess. Because you people at newsrooms, you don't allow even 1 second extra. I'm surprised that today you have allowed even 30 seconds, 30 minutes more. So the next time I'm in NTV, please give me all the time I have to talk about the mathematics for the good of this country. Thank you for accepting. And when the next time we are coming for STEAM, please, Dr. STEAM is there. You can give her 5 hours to talk about STEAM, mathematics and all that. We are drawing towards the close of this program, and I want to take this opportunity to kindly request the chairperson of STEAM Edition 2, the Dean of the Faculty of Science, Professor Mugampoza, to lead the Vice Chancellor and the Dean of Arts and Humanities to the high table for the closing session. And I will ask that you give them way to walk to the high table so that these members give us a short interlude. So if you want the high table members not to see your back, you can always rearrange. Use mathematics, use STEAM to rearrange so that your backs are not on the high table. And I also want to request, they have only 5 minutes to do that. And there is a mad scientist out here who wants to show us something mad about sciences. So the mad scientist, please make sure you are on the ready. In 5 minutes time, we want to see your mad science in 1 minute. And after that, we will be going, we shall have lunch, so don't mind. I know that biologically things could be misbehaving elsewhere, but we shall have lunch. So, please, these are members from performing arts. So perform the arts scientifically. We are ready to listen to you in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Off you go. This guy is called Lobua. You need a mic?
Thank you very much. As you have said, I'm Innocent Obua. And at your capacity, let me observe you. Thank you very much. We are here as the Performing Arts, Kyambogo University, and here we are supposed to talk about the African musical instruments. And you can see generals are there, ready to show you the science we have in music. Without science, musical instruments cannot be developed. That's why I have a feeling one day I will wake up from the dream. The government of the Republic of Uganda will say, these people needs the salary of the science teachers. Thank you very much. Music, when we talk of musical instruments, we understand that it evolved with time and intimately related to culture. African instruments, we cannot forget them when we are talking of the culture, because each of those instruments you sing comes from a different society. You can see we have the lamellophone. That one originates from Teso region, and they call it Akogo. Please, let the background go on, comrades. Yes, as they're talking, as they're doing the needful, please let the Imali go on as we talk the Akogo leads it. Thank you very much. You see, music, since we do not have time, Let's go on, comrades. Let's go on. Yes, let's go on. We need some microphone. All these instruments were amplified to that extent that even if it is played here, you can listen to it right from band. So we need some microphones here. Okay, let's go, generals. Yes. You see, these instruments were generated in a way or developed in a way. Even a Western instrument can still be used in this. That's why I can also join them with this Western instrument.
Tweyanze baba kannange bamwongeresebo waya tweyanze bannange STEAM Festival tweyanze baba bannange balungi bagalwa mwina science ow'omulembe.
Yes. So this
music
is
a science. Bannanga balungi tweyanze tweyanze abalungi ab'emikwano bannange bamwongeresebo nalina nalinnya yalinnya mu mmere sibalimba abalungi abagalwa nyimba njagananga azaala akuza
the land of the soil.
bannange bamwongeresebo nalina nalinnya yalinnya mu mmere.
We cannot talk about the musical instrument without forgetting sound and vibration. And that's why when we're talking of vibration in sounds, we talk of the listening skills. And when that one is being included or inclusively recognized, someone will have to involve in the technology and the innovation, which is very good for our community consumption. The song coming up next is being led by the Bow Up. This one is having the origin rather from Acholi. And they're all amplified. This one is called the xylophone. We call it the Amadinda. That one is also amplified. We call it the Timpido. The origin is from Basoga region, and they call it Mwazi.
Hemali, ululule mali. Ulule mali, koni koko ya une mali. Hemali, ululule mali. Ulule mali, koni koko ya une mali. Henda bada, ulule dabada. Ulule dabada, koni koko ya une mali. Hiele. Kyambogo University, oh yeah!
Oh yeah! Yes, now, when we are talking of music, mathematicians say music is for the intellectual, and that is how they have defined music. So, there is no way, when we are talking of music, we can forget the tempo, the rhythm, the pitches, and these are all sounds related. By 2040, you realize that we are using music to bring the modern world and bring in the prosperity in the country of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you very much. I still have a dream that one day music teachers will be science and they will start to earn smiling salary. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we end it there? You still have another. Please, you are still going to sing for us the anthem. So walk just here and wait for us. Park your stuff there. Going to come back. Where is the mad science? We want to see what mad science is. In the next 2 or so seconds, my boss, we should be getting done. Mad science, where are you? Right over there. Come show us the mad science so that we begin to, okay. It is really a lot of flags and things like that. So he's going to be showing us something. We don't know how mad it is, but there they come. Just be relaxed. There are no explosions here that will summarize this room in 30 seconds. So relax, feel at steam. They are going to be showing a simple demonstration. And by the way, even after the anthems are sung, they have a rocket launching session right here. They are going to be launching one of their designed rockets, horizontal rockets, right after the closing ceremony, just outside here. So when we are done, we'll tell you where the launching is going to take place. You need a mic, please give them a mic so that they tell us what exactly they're going to be doing in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the MC is not, I think, informed because I gave him something. But I'm delighted to be here at Kyambogo and very happy to be part of this very event, the STEAM Festival. With me, it's a team of students of Kyambogo University, and I think they will introduce themselves to some of you at our tent. We're exhibiting some, they can introduce themselves? Okay, well, this is Mr. Nathan. He's a student of physics here. He does physics and math. And then this is Flavia, the same class. Vincent, the same class here. They have been working with me, helping me to set everything in place. So I think, okay. So as I've said, I'm delighted to be here. And I understand that my role today is, right now, is to perform some science show you people how science can be fun and interesting. But I chose to start with just a very short science story which can take about 2 minutes. And this is a story of a remarkable scientist. He narrates how he encountered science and how that encounter really changed his life. And this man is called Ira Ramsey. surface. So this is an icebreaker. So let's move on. My show is actually about fuels. I'm supposed to release energy from different fuels. And I think I should start with, let me start with ethanol. Ethanol is a clean form of energy. We get it from biomass. Those of you who know sugar canes, there's a lot of ethanol made from sugar canes and other forms of biomass. So here we have some ethanol. Where is it? Ethanol. Ethanol is here. So we have this tin here, you can see. We are reusing it. We are not throwing it away. So we are putting in some ethanol. And then we are shaking. Actually, it's not that we are just shaking. We are mixing ethanol with oxygen. Okay? Ethanol can turn into vapor instead. And so we are mixing it with oxygen. So they are mixing. Let me shake a bit here. So ethanol is turning from a liquid to a gas, so it's moving around, exerting some pressure on the walls of the bottle, okay? And it's mixing with oxygen in the process. They are mixing. So what happens when we apply heat to gases? They expand. So we're going to see an expansion of gases here. Before that, I'm lighting my blowtorch here. Don't worry. And you see, I fear death also, by the way. So remember, ethanol is vaporizing, turning into vapor and mixing with oxygen. Okay. And remember, ethanol, as I've said, it's a fuel. And a clean form of fuel, by the way. In America and other developed countries, they blend ethanol with gasoline to ensure they are minimizing on pollution here. Okay. So what happens? So let me first close this one here. Okay, so what happens? So you have a mixture of ethanol and oxygen. Now they are flammable, okay? Now, inside the bottle, they are trying to expand. The molecules are moving. They have kinetic energy. They are moving, hitting the walls of the bottle. Now when you apply heat, you're increasing their kinetic energy. They move very, very fast, and they're catching fire. So the pressure inside is too much, so they shoot out here. So at least we've seen how much of energy we can get from ethanol, right? Okay, now let's go to something else here.
Yeah. He will have another slot, so you have more to see, even as he launches the other stuff out here. And the chief guest at this closing has permitted us to have, he did not watch or did not take part in the short talks. So he says, we give you 3 minutes. Those who have short talks, we had closed because he had told us, you have to do within this time. But he is a very flexible person, so he has given us some 30 minutes to do 3-minute shows. So who are those who are ready? The people who are ready, I need where is a lady? I need the first one being a lady to start as I register you. Is there any lady who is ready? Ah, there's one here. Right away. Only 3. The timekeepers, please, 3 minutes for these members. So I will be walking here and I register you who is next, who is there after coming. So, Caltech Academy. Now you have time to say, my name is Caltech Academy. We're going to talk about this, and you go. Okay? There you go. Most of these mics now have diminished energy.
So I go ahead, right? Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sylvia Given James from Caltech Academy Makerere. I have done the 5-minute short talk on earlier, and I say that when you come up with a project and you take 5 minutes to explaining your project, you've done nothing. So let me first demonstrate to show you what I've done so that my project talks on my behalf. I request you to allow me to put it there on your table. Yeah, it's very safe, more than safe. My friend is going to demonstrate, and she demonstrates, let me tell you what is going to take place. So we have used available materials which have been dumped to come up with a project called a smoke purifier. This machine purifies smoke in a way that we have gotten artificial wind inside. Those are the fans placed on motors. So as you turn on this machine, the smoke entering inside, there are layers inside the machine. As you can see, we have there a wire mesh, whereby when you turn on the source of the smoke and you connect it, the smoke entering, you know when you cook in kitchens, the other black thing which is there is called soot. So soot will remain here on this wire mesh. Then going further on, we have the clean air and carbon dioxide. And then we have on this, these are not just for design, but what we have inside here is not water, it's sodium hydroxide. So let her turn on as you see as I'm explaining. So you are seeing the smoke is going out. But as you operate this machine, the smoke is absorbed inside. First remove it. As I said on earlier, machines can be so complicated, but it's okay. So as you can hear it, then it's being pulled on inside. It's being pulled on inside. Then as it goes on inside, what remains there is a sponge down there on which sodium hydroxide leaks on. But we know sodium hydroxide has the ability to absorb carbon dioxide. But then what we are trying to do, you know, we are purifying smoke, but then the bicarbonate can be used in so many ways. Sodium bicarbonate is actually not harmful, but useful in a way that you can make papers from it, detergents, and even it can also be used as a water softener. Take an example of making a project, trying to purify something, but then instead of the bicarbonate being dangerous, we are using it to come up and make other things. Sodium bicarbonate can be used to make sodium phosphate, which can be used as fertilizers. So we came up with this machine because we discovered that the emission of gases from industries, homesteads, and schools has adversely led to the pollution of air in the surrounding areas. And you know that carbon dioxide is dangerous because when it combines with other gases in the atmosphere, it forms global warming. And also when it combines with other gases in the atmosphere, it may cause acidic rain on roofs, which when land on earth, they affect the soil pH, that's alkalinity and acidity, hence damaging the facility, reducing the fertility of the soil. So what we are trying to do is to purify the air in the atmosphere for the people, because we don't want to die early, we want to save the world. And global warming is on the rise. It's not actually a dream, but it's a reality. So I thank you so much, and I call upon everyone here to come and join us. We are still making on research on this because we want to innovate it and more and more. We want to create chambers on which actually there's a machine that we have asked, but it's expensive. We want to buy it so that it can detect the amount of smoke which enters, the one which is purified and the one which is not purified. But it's expensive, so we are working upon it. That machine is around 300,000 Ugandan shilling, and you know Caltech is trying to help as many as possible, because Caltech is now our home and is helping more than 1,000 students. So this is the one we are able to come up with, available resources. Take an example of these toilet paper hardy rolls. You use them and you throw them away. But we picked them and we came up with this useful machine. As young as we are, what if we go on? We shall make something which is more. So, as you've seen behind this, we have solved the SDGs. Actually, we participated in the hackathon last time, which took place between Uganda, Tanzania, and Finland. But unfortunately, people never voted in Uganda, so we never got the opportunity to go to Finland. But we hope next time so. So we are trying to solve SDG number 13.
Thank you so much. That's good stuff. So let's hear from Mwaka Brian. Please take only 3 minutes, and when the timekeepers signal to you, you get out of stage. Mwaka Brian is talking about solar energy from the Department of Mining, Chemical and Petroleum Engineering from the Faculty of Engineering. So, 3 minutes, the time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I guess all of you have ever charged your phone this morning. And right now, some of you don't have battery. Your phones are off, and maybe it needs, it's now on maybe 10%. So what I've done, I picked up an idea. What you see in front of me here is a battery, which is made to store energy. Okay? So this brick, this block in front of us has the potential to store heat energy and electrical energy. Okay? So we synthesize, it is simply made of sand and a mixture of alloys, which gives it the properties that are desirable for it to store the electrical energy and the heat energy. Okay? So you realize solar renewable sources of energy are not reliable. So even batteries explode and the like. As what they're showing you what the bricks are capable of doing, the electricity present in it. Solar batteries are unreliable. Even the batteries we have in our phones, they explode or they depreciate quickly. And then, so I come to you with what you can see there, how I built my idea from bricks. These bricks, when they are heated, they retain their heat when you burn them. Okay? They can stay hot for weeks, or a week or even more. Okay? So I came up with these bricks. They can be used to store energy and heat energy and electrical energy. And then this is a simple industrial process, which you can come to my tent, the engineering tent, where I can easily explain to you how the industrial process works. This is a simplified version of it. That is the inside, where we use like many bricks to be heated using the sun, whereby we use solar concentrators to concentrate the energy and then be able to extract it using water and turn it into steam for heating and generating electricity in a turbine. That is a prototype that we have come up with. It just costs 15 million to come up with that. So these bricks have a high heat capacity, chemical stability. That means that they cannot easily be depreciated, or you don't need to change them, and they're also reversible and have a high insulation, meaning that you will not be able to lose the heat that you've stored. And then also, the good thing about this, we are solving the problem of renewable energy being more reliable to us, and then also increasing the price of energy because it is very cheap and lasts for 20 years. We expect that by the next time we come for the next STEAM Festival, we shall have a battery that can actually light something. Okay? We shall come back here with something that we're going to operate by the next STEAM Festival. Okay? So what I need is more partnership. So far I've shared this idea with a more expert engineers that we have. I've gone to Ministry of Energy, and they have actually liked it, and also planning to see how they can invest in this project. So thank you. Come and join me. We make a team and we make a footprint on the earth.
Thank you very much. These guys are very clever. They went to demonstrate their things before the timekeepers so that they earn more 1 or 2 minutes. Solar energy. That's cool. So let's hear from the next person is Keba Mark. Keba, where are you? He's going to be talking about a link-up application systems and from the School of Computing and Information Systems, Department of Computer Science. So since you are very wired, you have just about 3 minutes to do your talk, and starts now. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Protocol observed. I stand here to unveil an extraordinary application system. It is to help students and ease their life while at campus. As they work on it, it looks like this. So it's an application system to help students access the scholastic information, mostly the notes and past papers under each and every course. And through this application, we created a feature called Hub. We are here for a purpose of improving on our projects that the ideas that we get. So in this hub, we are to collect information such as project proposals, and if someone is in need of implementing a certain project or is in need of writing a project proposal, he will be going under the hub section and he gets information about projects. In this app, we're having a feature for hostels. When I joined the campus, I faced a challenge of getting an hostel, and I ended up losing money to people whom I expected that they will lead me to a good hostel. And I believe it's the same problem many students are going through. So we are coming up with this app to help students solve that issue of moving around to search for an hostel. In the same app, we want to link students to the job creators and for internship places. Many students now suffer to get internship places, and you end up going for internship when you don't have a place, and you go to a place where things that you've learned, you can't apply them. So with this app, we want to bridge that gap that is existing between those people who are having what we need as students and we who need them. And we are looking up to partner with the university, and the challenge we are facing as per now is finance in implementing our app so that it can be accessed online. And we aim to make this app available for use by next semester. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So we shall no longer need to download lecture, whatever you call them, but that's a cool one. We shall possibly become students of your innovation. Next, Okello Jonathan. Okello Jonathan Charles is going to be talking about natural convection solar dryer for post-harvest handling. Faculty of Engineering, Department of Mining, Chemical and Petroleum Engineering. Now is the time. 3 minutes. Go for it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Okello, as already been introduced. And I have come to present unto you our project, that is the Natural Convection Solar Dryer. According to the United Nations Development Project report, that also concurs with the World Food Program's report, as a country, we lose a lot in post-harvest handling of our food crops. And the results show that of the cereals, we lose about 50%. And for the root crops, still about 40% to 50%, and also for the fruits and vegetables, 50%. For a heavily agro-based country, that is a very big loss, because we chiefly depend on agriculture for food production and also to run our economy. So as students of chemical engineering, we came up with an idea that these losses being attributed to the poor post-harvest handling practices that we have as a country and as farmers, where we simply throw our crops on open ground and dry them in the open and exposed to contaminants in the air and the strong heat from the sun. We said, why don't we invent a simple equipment from locally made, local available material called a natural convection solar dryer. This equipment, what it does is that the drying process is by simply the implementation of use of the solar energy from the sun and not the direct heat. What you must know is that the direct heat from the sun is uncontrollable. And in so doing, most of the food crops that we have eaten have had their nutrients completely denatured by the too much heat. Now what this equipment does is that it harnesses the solar energy, transforms it into ample heat in its heating chamber. It is that heat that simply dries the crops by natural convection. Natural convection is simply the automatic movement of air due to difference in the densities. This humble equipment, as you see, it's like a house that is enclosed. That means our drying takes place in an enclosed environment that is free from contamination and also off-field pests like birds, like the loitering goats here and there. Then, why the natural convection solar dryer? I've just said, as compared to the ordinary way we dry our food crops, we have this drying in an enclosure. That means we achieve clean drying. We also have the aspect of time saving. With ordinary drying, we realize that you can be tied home for the entire day and you can't go anywhere, and all that we've captured in there. This equipment boasts of an efficiency of 74.6%. Okay? Just because our time is gone, ultimately that is what we can achieve with this equipment. For more information, please, you can reach out to us in our tent. But in so doing, as we conclude, this equipment can help us be partners in the global development agendas that we have. For example, the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 1, goal number 3, goal number 7, goal number 9, and is also in congruence with the African Union Development Agenda 2063. And at the same time, it is in congruence with the National Development Project, the 3rd cohort. Thank you so much. May God bless us.
Thank you. We have just a few more, 2 or 3. Baraka Harris, where are you? Come for it, and after that, we shall be listening to others. Let me just get the name here. Agaba. So once Baraka is done, Agaba Regan will be on stage.
Okay.
Go for it. 3 minutes.
3 minutes indeed. Good afternoon. My name is Baraka Harris, and I'm going to present to you a sand battery. So when you look at Africa, we have very many stories that are told about us, that we are poor, we don't have food, we are filled with hunger, and also we are underdeveloped. Some of them are true, some of them are not true, but the one that seems true is Africa being a dark continent. Why do I say so? Let me have the numbers here backing me up. We have 1.4 billion people in Africa. And of these 1.4, 600 million don't have electricity. Your neighbor, at least, will tell you that at one point as she was growing up, didn't have electricity. And of these 600, less than 20% have stable electricity. You always have a function here, you pray it doesn't get off. So what proofs do I have? When you look at these continents at night, here is China at night. I don't know what has happened to our projector, but we have China at night being well lit up. You have India at night being well lit up. We have USA well lit up. You have Europe, the brightest continent, well lit up. Then come to Africa, the dark continent.
If you can't see anything, it's because it is dark at night. So is there hope? Yeah? Of all the renewable, clean sources of energy, that is energy that doesn't pollute the environment, wind, hydro, and solar, we are blessed that Africa has enough sun. And of this sun, we can use it for potentially for solar energy. But the problem is that the sun doesn't shine at night. And to do that, we have to store this energy in batteries, but these batteries are expensive. The chemicals used are not good for the environment, and also less energy can be stored in them. So what is the solution? My team and I we did innovative research and came up with a solution called a solar battery that stores electrical heat in terms of energy. Electrical energy in terms of heat. So what happens is that the solar panels harvest the energy for us, converting it to electricity. This electricity is used to heat up sand to seriously high temperatures, that is 500 degrees Celsius. And then that heat is converted back to electricity at night. While the sand battery, it is cheap, it is efficient, it is easy to maintain, sand is easy to maintain, and can last long, up to 3 months in our calculations we did. So in light of the STEAM and its theme that we're demystifying science, technology, innovation for community development, we are producing cheap, accessible, and also decentralized, meaning your village, my village, everyone's village can have access to electricity, to local communities, and also to small cottage industries. We can create an impact, change Africa's image from being the dark continent to being the continent of light. I'm introducing the sand battery. I'm very happy I was able to get 2 million funded from this, and that is it. I remain Baraka Harris, Kyambogo Engineering Mechatronics. Thank you.
Thank you. Regan, where are you? Well, that was something on power. So Regan comes to give us something on waste management. Waste, not waste. Okay, you know the other waste. It's from the Faculty of Science, Department of Environmental Science. Please go for it. 3 minutes. Now.
Thank you, our Director of Ceremonies. As names, Regan, I'm representing students doing environmental science, technology, and management. So one of the core values of our course is to promote sustainable development in our environment. So last week we managed to visit Chitezi landfill. It is a place where like wastes from the metropolitan areas from Kampala are dumped. So all the waste I mean like unusable materials like from any activity that they are now wanted. So we visited that area and found out that one of the challenges they are facing to manage those wastes is that wastes are mixed from the source where they come from this side. So if they are to manage them, the other side, the materials, the decomposables, they are all mixed. So we came up with from the legal framework of Uganda that guides the correction and management of wastes. So we came up with public sensitization. And when we were there, we found out STEAM, Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for community development. And here we have a chance like to sensitize if you're representing some certain groups of people from where you are coming from. So let me take you through the process of waste management. We have waste generation. This is where wastes are generated, like from your homes, industries. Then waste segregation. We need to separate wastes. If they are decomposables, if they are materials, we need to separate them from plastics. Then correction and transport. This is how it is transported to Chitezi landfill. Then the recycling, it is how we use material like wastes. They can be reused. If we have like a plastic bottles, we can reuse them to make other, like we are making other water products, we can reuse them. Then the composting, we can break down the biodegradable waste to make like manure and others. Then treatment and disposal, this is how we treat wastes. So we have different types of wastes. We have industrial wastes. These are wastes that are generated from industries. Then commercial, they are generated from commercial activities like markets. We have food wrappers. Then domestic, they are generated from food. So as a way to manage these wastes, so as a way.
Thank you. I'm told your time has elapsed. 3 minutes is 3, not 3 and a quarter. We now go to the last one, the very last from Kanakulia. Where are you? That's the last one, and then we shall go to the other part of the ceremonies. Kanakulia. 3 minutes, go for it.
Good afternoon. My name is Kanakulia W. George, in doing mechanical engineering. For us, during 2020, we faced a problem of goods coming from outside. Because of Corona, there was lockdown across the whole world. And we discovered that if we are depending on foreign-made goods, we would suffer. So the president was emphasizing the youth to come up with innovative ideas. And here in Kyambogo in Mechanical, we came up with an idea in developing a battery, which is one of the most advanced in the world. It's a lithium iron phosphate battery that can power electric motorcycles, electric cars, and other electric tractors. We have a model for a prototype for our electric motorcycle outside in the tent. You can come have a look at it. And here at campus, we are facing transportation problem. So we want to solve that problem by making some electric cars which can be able to transport you from one faculty or from one side of the campus to the other side without having to pay any amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Guy is a time manager. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the presentations. I'm sure that everybody is looking up for the ticket to the other place. But before we take a flight, we need to do 2 or 3 other items. The first of the 2 is that we are going to receive comments, closing remarks from the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Professor Chazike, who will, after her remarks, invite the Vice Chancellor to give us the closing remarks. But we shall plead with the VC, just before he declares this closed, that he will invite the adjudicators to read to us the results, and then the VC will be able to present whatever is there, whether certificates or aeroplanes to fly us faster to the next team. Thereafter, then he will declare it closed. So right away, without wasting, but when the VC declares it closed, performing arts, because we opened with an anthem, now we should close with an anthem. So performing arts, you'll perform some science of singing the anthems in the reverse order. The KYU, the East Africa, and Uganda. Professor Chazike, thank you so much. Kindly thereafter invite the VC as well. And we will pray that before the VC ends the talk, the adjudicators will first of all read for us the results, we see the winner and the certificates, the other prizes. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Dr. Witch, our wonderful MC for the STEAM Festival. Good afternoon, everybody. Let us steam up a bit. I know that right now the energy levels are low, but I'll also try as much as possible to keep it very short. I've already been introduced but I normally want also to blow my own trumpet, especially about my discipline. I'm Charles Elizabeth, like they say, Dean Faculty of Arts and Humanities, but I come from the Department of History, Archaeology, and Heritage Studies, and I specifically teach archaeology. I see, and I want to thank the Dean for amplifying, Dean Science for amplifying archaeology in our program. And I liked yesterday when the minister actually was giving examples of ironworking, manufacturing of tools. He was really spot on, or she was actually spot on in what we do. That will be for another day to explain what archaeology does. I want to thank each and everybody for your participation. I'll start with the students from Caltech Academy. Thank you so much. I saw very brilliant ideas. Me, I tested the machine, was even vibrating, and I'm like, wow, we have these very young scientists. And I'm sure when you go back, please tell them that Kyambogo University is more than what you read in the media. You see, there are a lot of innovations around. I want also to thank so much the organizers, especially Dr.'s team, Dr. Savannah, for giving me the opportunity, especially to chair the pre-STEAM conference. We want to thank you so much, all those who participated, those who presented papers. And I also want to thank other people. I have one, by the way, Vice Chancellor, I have one of my biggest mentees, the Director Gender. I'm very proud. And I want to thank her so much. Every time I see when she's blowing out to gender, I'm like, yeah, we are moving. So don't mind about this Harriet thing. You have really to be passionate about your thing, and there's no problem about it. I want to thank the lecturers, especially from the faculties of science, engineering, who are here, students in all your various capacities. The short innovations I saw here, I said maybe Dean, outside STEAM, you can organize a day, it can be a Saturday, Sunday without STEAM, and we can hear so much about these innovations. They are very wonderful ideas that I think that we really need to tap into. I want to, of course, I'll introduce the Vice Chancellor, but before that, I really want to thank the management of Kyambogo University, especially under the able leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Katunguka, for the support to the STEAM Festival, and also for steering us, because behind all this, there's a very able person who is teaming up everything. For our presenters who presented papers, we hope that these papers will be transformed into some consumable items. And what do I mean by consuming them? We do not want to leave them into the booklet here. We don't want to leave them here at the hill. Let's develop them into, yesterday were advised they could be transformed into policy papers. They could be transformed into journal articles. And one of the papers that was presented, that was really very spot on, is the issue of using language and how we use language. And you've been hearing just one word expired, made us all expire. But we are still very valid, just one word. And so the presenter here presented something. The choice of words is very important. You can just use one word and you make the whole nation get problems. And you can see these days by just maybe the media pointing out the killings and killings. Every day they are really telling us about so and so killed, so and so, so and so. And if it were possible, maybe they stop that, and then maybe people will stop killing each other, because now it is becoming fashionable, because it is coming out almost every day. So the choice of words is very, very important. Those who were here yesterday, you had the minister, and she was really spot on. For me, like a dean of faculty of arts, I was like, Minister, you have really made it for me, especially this handshake between science and engineering. If my mathematics teacher was Savannah, I'm sure I would have done math. It became so simple, it was demystified, and I said, why didn't we do math? Because you know, the way we were taught, it was so hard. I'm not blaming my teachers. Maybe at that time, you would not understand some of the things, but the way you have talked about things, I saw how the students here were demonstrating using chemicals, and there was nothing magical. But at that time, things were hard, and I said, okay, let us go and start talking about Napoleon and all that.
And so things, we are there. All the same, we are happy. So maybe like the students who are appealing here to be considered for the science salaries, maybe in future, because we are really doing a lot of science through this. I also want to thank so much my own Department of Performing Arts, the head of Performing Arts with the director. We are thanking you so much, because I normally tell people here that you cannot do anything without us, the performing arts. We are performing all the time. Madam, she's Madam Nambirige Catherine, behind all the dances you saw here. And we thank you so much for all that, because you bring in energy into the activities that take place. They played here the instruments and the amplification, which also reminds me that we really thank Government of Uganda. Government of Uganda through State House supported the department to amplify those instruments. So that shows how government is also really thinking about these disciplines as well. My duty was very simple, to invite the Vice Chancellor. It was my trick not to mention about the Vice Chancellor, but we have a Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance who is representing the Vice Chancellor. So at this moment in time, as I introduce him and I invite him to come here, if I have not mentioned you, it is not really by choice. I want to thank each and everybody in your own way by staying here all this time, up to this time, your participation. Let us keep the steam. Let us keep the fire burning. Let us not leave the steam in CLB 105, CTF 105, as this room is called. Let us steam all over and steam science and demystify science, as this year's theme was. Thank you so much. I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Aaron, who is representing the Vice Chancellor, to come and give us our closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Organizing Committee. Colleagues, staff of Kyambogo University, the Guild President and the student leadership and all the students here, our guests, the students from Caltech Academy and other guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to bring you greetings from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katongoka Rwakishaya, and members of top management. Yesterday, the Vice Chancellor was here, and he was willing to come back today, but he has been called to go and have discussions with government on the events that are taking place in the universities. I therefore stand in to represent him. As I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Lawrence Aaron, currently the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, but I'm one of the members seated on this side. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. And I identify myself with it because we also had a presentation, and one of them, the digital white cane, seems to be piquing interest and being promoted to another level. So I would like to start by congratulating the organizers of this STEAM Festival. I congratulate you, Associate Professor Dirisa Mukampoza, for the initiative. I congratulate you, Dr. Savannah Nwagaba, who is now called Mama STEAM. I congratulate you, Dr. Awich, and your membership, especially for being the Master of Ceremony. And I congratulate you, Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazike, for being the chair of this second edition of the STEAM Festival. I would also like to congratulate the adjudicators. I'm aware that a team of us were selected to adjudicate on the exhibitions, and they will give us their feedback. Let me join you, Liz, to thank the Vice Chancellor for his passion in research and innovation. You might be aware that we have a special fund for competitive research. And I'm so impressed that this edition of STEAM had outputs from the competitive research. I would also like to recognize and appreciate the role of Kyambogo University Council. You might be aware that last year, the chairperson of the Kyambogo University Council directed that this become an annual event. I would therefore like to let you know that as management, this will continue to be an annual event. I therefore request that those of us in this room and those of us listening to me, we should work hard so that next year we bring in more innovations. I look forward to a period when faculties will be showcasing post-STEAM their innovations so that we have open days. I am just informed that Mwiri College, for those of some of you who studied from there, is going to have an open day. I would like to look forward for a day when faculties have open days to showcase what they are doing in those faculties. I have realized that sometimes we do not know what takes place in the different faculties. I come from the north, they call it. And one time I asked my colleagues, and somebody told me, oh yes, we know that is Faculty of Special Needs. It is where students with disabilities live and study. I told them, no. We train people who should support students with disabilities. Come and see the technologies they have to support disability inclusion and rehabilitation. I must come. That was the answer. I would therefore like to see a day when we go to School of Built Environment and we see what takes place in School of Built Environment. Demystify surveying, demystify architecture. I look forward to going to School of Management and Entrepreneurship so that we can simplify the life of accounting, so that we can be able to manage our own accounts. The exhibition has showcased innovations at Kyambogo University. I'm so proud that we are able to showcase what is taking place at a lower level. And I'm so proud that this this session has brought small and medium enterprises from outside the university. This is a very important thing because we are emphasizing the link between university and the world of work, the link between the university and the community. And I would like to thank you because you have tied this with the conference that we have just had in relation to how the university should relate with the community. I'm reliably informed that the student leaders were actively involved in this process. The student leadership who are here would like to thank you and to encourage you that in the next edition, you should be able to have a stall that talks about the role of student leadership in promoting universities. The Kyambogo University has now become so known for the good things. In fact, sometimes it is the press that picks a portion of the university and reports the bad one. But I would like to declare to you that there are a lot of things, good things, that are taking place at Kyambogo University. And we still remain the best destination for students. And that is why we even decided to open for 1 week opportunities for those who missed government scholarship to come to apply to join the Kyambogo University. The intention came as a result of many parents, many students calling administration, calling staff, asking whether we are still receiving applications. And as a good university, we accepted to give that window. Please note, it is only for 1 week. After 1 week, tell people not to call again. I recognize that during the minister's opening ceremony, as the chair said, she tried to demystify science, technology, and innovation, and gave us a very interesting analogy: the handshake between science and humanities. I would like to implore on us, the professors, the lecturers in Kyambogo University, to let people be able to appreciate that handshake. It is our duty to inform people about this linkage so that government can pick up. That was a policy statement. We now would like to see the practice that should inform clear policy implementation. Otherwise, whatever is being done is in line with the Kyambogo University strategic plan to reach out to the community. I'm so grateful that in this second edition of the STEAM Festival, we have created a synergy that has made the minister to talk about the handshake. I'm also grateful that we had a pre-STEAM conference. I would like to request that you take it forward even before these are created into policy briefs. It would be important that these abstracts, these documents, these presentations that were documented properly are posted online. That will help us to create our visibility in research. It will also increase on our ranking. I don't like that ranking, but we cannot do without it because that is the trend. We therefore have to abide by the processes that leads to the ranking. I would like to congratulate the partners who have been involved in this process. I saw the SMEs there, and I would like to encourage them to create a strong link with the Kyambogo University so that our students who need internship, who need placement, can join them. Students, please, this team is not for nothing. Those SMEs who came here, link up with them so that you can have internship placement with them. I'm grateful that we recognize the best innovators. And I'm sure this year we are going to recognize also the best innovators. But that does not mean that if you are not a winner, you have not won. The fact that you came to Kyambogo University, the fact that from your faculty you came for STEAM and exhibited, you have already won. And we thank you for winning. when I listened to the panel discussion, I was reflecting, are we prophesizing the theme for the next festival? I would like to argue that seems to be the best suited theme for the next festival, as Kyambogo is known and is always ranked by Gender and Equity as one of the best institutions. In fact, the Equal Opportunities, when they do their assessment, they find Kyambogo as a very positive, a well-ranked institution on gender and equity. I would therefore, before I invite the team that is going to declare the results, already invite you for the next STEAM Festival 2024. Please start preparing tomorrow for STEAM Festival 2024. May I therefore request the adjudicators to come and update us and announce the results.
Professor Bosco Bua, one of the adjudicators.
Thank you very much, MC. Our Vice Chancellor, the Chairperson Organizing Committee, the Dean Faculty of Science, ladies and gentlemen, in your various capacity, I was given a small task to perform, but you know, in this economy of ours, they may ambush me outside there. So I need protection, because they will say, why not me, why not me? But we tried our best. So from the office of the Chief Justice, I hereby take you through what we have done. I'll not go into the detail, but first of all, I want to thank all of you for participating. As you have already heard, there were two categories. There are guys who are there outside exhibiting, and there are guys who came and talk here. And then there are other people who are already established outside there. They also came to show us what's there. Then there's another group we have discovered from the talk here, that you cannot do science without the other side. So we have put a special category on the interface between the hard science and then the humanities. So roughly, I think we had close to about 40 exhibitors. You walk out there. So we have categorized them as follows. We have what we call Kyambogo University students, which I think they were the main reason why we are here. The second group were the students who are expiring to become university students. You saw some secondary schools around here. They are expiring to become university students. The third group are the external exhibitors. Those are the ones I said they already established. They are in the business out there. So what I'm going to present here is in the two groups. The rest are supportive. The first one are the exhibitors who are the stalls out there. What we look at We look at the science, then what we call appropriateness of the technology. And then the other one we look at is what they call, I don't know the simple English word. When they talk about charisma, what is charisma? The English people, where are you? The dean is here, charisma. What is it? Simple English word. Direct agenda, what is charisma? The way they, you can complete it. So the first person or the first project which we thought combine all the theory. There was a group which was showing us how to feed and to drink the poultry using the available local material. In other words, they have not gone to the shops to buy what we call the drinkers. They have improvised their drinkers from the locally available material. So those group, we mix up the names, but I'm sure when I say this, they know themselves. So that's the group, but we need to find the name. The second group, okay, they call them now first runner-up, the guys who follow that one. These are people who are trying to save you from looking for batteries to charge your phone all the time. I think the Solar Gen, which was led by Mwaka, Brian, and others. So the guy who was trying to make a battery out of sun, I think that one to us was making some science. The technology was there. In that category, the last group was this gentleman called Kato. Oh, you have clapped when I have not completed. Why are you so impatient? Remember the gentleman who said the last thing you need is patience. All of you are clapping when I have not finished. What are you clapping for? So this is a guy who is trying to produce fuel of different types from plastic. You know, plastic has become a real problem. So he showed you there was petrol, and he said he was only going to sell it for 3,000 shillings. Some of us who drive car, there are times you go to a petrol station, you look there, you think you have not seen the money. But you have seen it, but except now you are trying to calculate how much liters are you going to have. And then there are guys who put 2 liters. Before you reach Banda, the thing has to stop in the main building. Because you did not make a proper calculation. So that is Kato and the group who are producing fuel from plastic. So those are the first group. And they were basically Kyambogo University students. So maybe at this juncture, I want to thank our fellow colleagues on this side who have been very supportive to make sure that these people reach where they are. I know on their own, maybe there were gaps here and there. But as one of them said, you cannot come out with this thing in one day. You need to try. Like somewhere, if you read this person who invented these things, those lights, I'm told he failed so many times. But every time you ask him, he said that was not failure. He was trying alternative ways. He didn't want to hear about the word failure. So that is the group. The second group, what we are calling the young innovators. The young innovators, We had about 3 of them, but we debated, and then I think we decided to pick only one. These people who were purifying smoke, they call them what? Smoke purifier. I thought that was good. And one of them said it, said they are still young. What about when they reach your age? So that's the group. For us, they were amazing because I think as kids, our mind is always running up and down. They're trying to do a lot. So in that group, that is that. We did not go for others because almost all of them were tying. The other one is a category on its own. That's what the one we said, it is interface between the hard science and humanities and others. Surprising when you go out there. It's very interesting to see what makes us very happy, excited. There's that thing there which is looking like a small art there, but with a twisted mouth. If you follow in Twitter and Instagram, I think that guy has the highest follower. She's called Kaitesi Jacqueline. That project is called Nature Invasion. She said the inspiration is, you know this bird called the weaver bird? So that is the thing. When that thing was brought here, all of you went inside there to take photos. And you wonder, what is the science there? But I said the interface between the science and humanity. Humanity people are always happy. Whether you give them anything or not, they are always excited. They are happy. You have seen what the dean said. Said what made that day was when the minister announced that you cannot do hard science without humanity. So I think that is the category. So Kaitesi, I think, takes the day for that. And then in the last category of that, all the external exhibitors, they're already in the market. They have grown. They are showing us what they have. Yesterday, one of us, you know, they said curiosity kills the cat. One of us was so curious about what was going on one of the stall. So they asked him, he said, you open your palm. They spread something small in his hand. And again another one. Then they told him, rub the 2 hands. Then they told him, can you sniff? When he sniffed, 2 of them, one almost fell down. Then later on, another one said, something has scratched me my back after sneezing. So I don't know what was in that thing. But it was not juju. So I think there were 4 groups we saw there. There's somebody called Masuba Enterprises. She's working to make sure we have clean energy. She has all sort of stoves outside there. Then there is Professor Biotech. She's making all sort of, what do I call it? Yes, from different plant. And then there is somebody they are calling Ensigo Technology. Ensigo, I'm told, is seed in the Buganda here. So he has a kind of thing there. When you go and admire it, you'll see what it is. Then the last group is these guys also who talked here. Some of them have talked, but they also have something out there. So we agreed to harmonize. If you have talked and you have one there, we concentrate on one. So apart from the young innovators who talked and was the best, there are people who talked, and I think now I will add on what I had given. My team thought the hibiscus wine was very good. I don't know how many of you drink wine. We debated, we agreed. The hibiscus wine, he was calling it black horse. So that's the second runner-up after the smoke purifier on the talk. The third one is this person who was trying to use a combination of source to generate energy. The wind, power, hydro, generator. That is Baraka and the group. And then the last one. Remember, I said the young innovators, we put them on their own. So this other one, our student, we had to make at least the 3 of them. So, Opio with this wine, Baraka with the power hydro generator, and then the last one is the natural convection solar dryer. So, MC and the chairperson, organizing committee, and the dean, that's the assignment you gave me. I'm sure my team has performed very well, although I know many of you are now glooming because I have not announced you. But we have said the fact that you have come here, all of you have scored. All of your innovation was a tick. So the fact that I did not read you here does not mean that yours was inferior. Now the only thing I pray is I need protection because they are going to ambush me on the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. The good part is that where I sit, just next door to my office, I have a whole battalion of UPDF. And the overall commander there, I think, is close to becoming a general. So if there are issues, just tap me. Anytime I sit with those people in big places now, when you sit there, when I want things from the high command, I can easily get access. So if there is any need for security issues, just let me know. And those will be sorted. And these days we sort you out immediately. Thank you so much, team. And, okay, he has something. So we are moving towards the last bit of this, where I'm requesting the dean to be in charge of the certificates, and if that isn't possible for us to receive all the certificates now, for the winners, especially all the winners, really, I think those may be about 5 or so, to shake the hands of the Vice Chancellor and receive, maybe, I don't know, whatever it is, but that is going to be handled by the dean. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Awichi. I'm under pressure here because I invited the VC and they promised that by 1:30 he will be out of this hall. It is already past 3. So we request, and as you can see, there are heaps of certificates, which can take us another 1 hour to conclude. So I've been advised and request that those categories of persons who have been read can step forward and shake the hand with the VC. I think the VC can allow me to also declare the pressure that I'm facing personal and my colleagues, so that you can understand what we are going through. Accounts has told us if by 4 p.m. we don't click people's salaries, the system is closing. So in spite of that challenge, you allow us to invite the persons who have been presented by the adjudicators to shake hands. The package and the certificate is going to arrive to you today. Thank you so much for accepting. A round of applause to me. The festival has not been yet closed, declared officially closed, so I have to re-invite the VC to continue with that aspect, so that we sing the anthems, lunch, and then we go back to the exhibition stalls and we leave depart at leisure. Thank you. Handshake, the winners who have been read, do we have to repeat names or they can just come forward?
Yes, I have a copy. I hope I read properly, but otherwise, I see category 1, Kyambogo University students, winner, poultry improvising feeding trap. So walk right over here, shake the hands of the VC. First runner-up, solar generator. Solar generator by Mwaka Brian and Co. Second runner-up, production of fuel from plastic by Kato, Akana Kato Nyo. That's a first runner. Please don't mess. Wait for your turn. Don't mix up with the people. I want the first runner up. Solar, the solar people. First runner up, the solar people, Mwaka Brian and company. So please, if you are not part of the solar, okay, these are the solar people. We hope to take the solar to another level. Fuel production from plastic. Are they the ones who... Fuel production from plastic. Thank you. Hey, you are done. You can go. Leave the fuel production. Kato. Or your muto nyo. Thank you. And how about you? Hey, poultry. I thought you had been part of Mwaka's group. No, poultry was the winner actually. Those are the very winners. You are alone in the winning category. Category 2, the youngest innovators, the smoke purifiers from Caltech Academy. Purify for us the smoke even here so that the steam may have us. Yes, run over. These young ladies are smoke purifiers, young as they may be. Yes, wonderful. The other things you'll get later, but now category 3, interface between science and humanities. Hold on. Yes. I thought I saw something like one. Interface between science and humanities. Weaverbird Nest by Kaitesi Jackie. Where is the Weaverbird Nest? Where are you? They are not there. Category 4, the external people must be at the external there. These are exhibitors. And Sigo Masuba and Professor Biontech. These were the exhibitors. According to my list here, I was looking for these people who made wine. Where did they go? I should be having another list. In his own handwriting, we have the people who made the wine. I hope they come here drinking the wine. Of Pio Valentine and Murombo Brian. These people do statistics. I hope they don't spend time making and taking the wine. Yesterday when I visited them, I saw Brian really happy even with the cockroaches flying around him. Even today you can see he's still very happy. Thank you so much. They have a cool wine. This one is the one called Pio Valentine. Every day, what is it called? 14th of February It takes the entire class for a Valentine evening. You can imagine they're about 50, but it takes the entire class for a Valentine evening. Thank you so much. We've come to, there's one more? Two more. The hydropower people, Baraka, where are you? And then the last one is Okello Brian. Okello, the natural guy there. That is Okello, where are you? There he comes. So all the winners, we have been requested to walk back here and take a group photograph with the VC, the deans who are here. You have been requested to join. All the winners, please, if you have been read, just walk up here. We take a group photograph. Hello, today might also be a winner. Let me see. I am neither the dean of anywhere, nor am I a winner. But you see, I might easily take a picture with the winner. Hello, don't come if you are not a winner. These are only for winners. Winners, please ensure that the youngest innovators are prominent here. All the winners. Please make sure the young innovators can be seen. The youngest innovators. The youngest. The short ones can be behind. Please make sure that only for winners. Hello, if we have been doing stuff here, no problem. We shall also win. After all, we have all won something by being here. Wow.